Hello and welcome everyone to another episode of the Smobcast, episode number 67, where we kind of got cucked on content. We thought we were going to get something from a stream yesterday, and we were hyped, but the stream, it revealed some stuff, and we got an announcement for an event, and the servants revealed, but we only have so much we can go over with that. But we also got the Ordeal Call 1 Super Recollection quests. First one's Gaucho. What was in his name? It's Lon Ling.
Yeah, it's the Chinese guy with the mask. I mean, we saw a lot of those last year, but you know.
Gao Qingong. Yeah.
Gao
Yeah, it's like
Changong.
Qingong, but combined with
Kingprotea.
Kingprotea, I guess. But yeah, that's that. But we're going to pad the rest of it with a big, the big Buster tier list, which has been teased in the title. We're gonna try to do like half of it, and don't worry, this one is going to have Koyan Dark and Cuckoo on it. Hey, you get to hear Plushie talk about them more than usual. Hey. But he's actually going to be nice to her. Also, speaking of tier lists, we have deliberated, and we will be showing up on Mist's tier list again sometime next month. I'm not sure when, but I believe we're going to be organizing on Saturday instead. That way, we won't have these days where it's like either Smobcast or that, because we had to skip out on Smobcast a few times because that's what happens when you have an 8-hour stream. It wasn't an 8-hour stream. It was still how long was the longest stream?
I don't remember.
It feels like it was 8 hours. I think we had a 7-hour one. But yeah, that's what 3 people talking will do for you. I mean, look how easy it is for us to push 5 hours. But
which, by the way, he just means these two. I was not.
Oh yeah.
Asked.
Yeah. Ryou is not one of the cool kids like we are.
But what if we got him on?
Dude, that would we already had like super long streams then. I don't know though. That's not up to me. Chat would be constantly mad at Ryou though. I know they would be constantly shit talking in the comments.
You know he does, but
Chad would be Constantine.
Well, I mean, Fino fans know you exist, so there's a decent amount of Fino fans out there. It's one of the more popular FGO tubers. But let's talk about, let's briefly talk about the Rays, My Little Dragon, the fantasies of the scaled ones. That's what it's translated as. It's My Little Dragon. Oh, jeez.
No, that's what it says in English. It says My Little Dragon.
Really?
It's in English. Yeah. You see that the main characters, that's My Little, and the golden is Dragon. Yes, it is literally My Little Dragon.
Oh my god. But yeah. You have to beat Ordeal Call 1 for this, unfortunately. But like, I mean, you're kind of expected to, because like, you know, we got the Super Recollection quests, you know. So
the next event is gonna need OC2 cleared, I'm sure.
You guys better rush that shit.
Are they gonna block Valentine's behind OC2?
No way.
No, they wouldn't.
No,
It'll be the event after Valentine's.
White thing.
And then this is the 5-star. It says Biscione, which makes sense actually. It looks like Biscione, Biscuits.
Biscotti. That's what I've been calling her.
Well, biscotti sounds too much like Scotty.
No, biscotti's a cookie, dummy.
Yeah, but Scotty is.
So it's like Biscione. It's like Biscione. It's like, but it's not. That's okay. Whatever.
I don't care for her design much. She's just kind of like standing there holding a shield kind of awkwardly, and she has short hair and has a tiny crown on her head.
Okay, the art is cute though.
Yeah,
because cute, but it's a little much.
The art style.
She's apparently this is the dragon that's on a certain coat of arms, and it is a dragon that has a crown on it. So and it fits in line.
Importantly,
of course, you don't care. She's a grown woman. Damn. I thought she looked like a Blue Archive character, so that it comes as a shock that he doesn't like her.
Maybe it's one of the resident artists from Blue Archive. I don't know, because like people were pretty hype about her artists, even though I don't know who they are.
Yeah,
I don't think anyone knows who her artist is.
She is on the logo of Alfa Romeo. Alfa Romeo, the car brand.
Is she AOE? I'm pretty sure she's single target. Like
I hope it's arts.
It's hard to tell these days because their demonstration, they'll oftentimes have them only attack one target regardless.
The thing is if she was single target arts, that would at least give her a place, because single target arts lancers aren't terribly common, and the best one we have the best one we have is Melusine, and Melusine's pretty good as a single target arts, but she doesn't have an anti trait, and she's a little bit, I don't know, but her MP is just ugly as sin.
Okay,
I think her MP is like one of the ugliest MPs in the game. I don't want her.
There was an unfortunate announcement that they said the third ascension MP would not change drastically in terms of animation.
Damn.
So the big ugly dragon will probably still show up. But
they use a big CGI dragon that like chomps the enemy. It's kind of funny looking. And then like you compare it with like Vritra's, because Vritra has a pretty similar concept, but
Vritra hers awesome. Holy shit.
Yeah, hers is also only 2D, if I recall correctly, whereas
FGO just
like someone's gonna like speed it up and put like that one like Five Nights at Freddy's sound effect over it, and it just kind of looks like that. I'm not gonna lie, that was my
first thought. Is that the bite of 87?
It's the bite of 87, like exactly.
Like
it looks so bad.
Okay. I think 3D models have always looked a little bit jank. Like I don't even think Tiamat looks good, to be honest.
We're like FGO should be 3D. FGO 3D.
You hear that, guys? Plushie doesn't think Tiamat looks good. Damn.
Tiamat's MP? No, it doesn't. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Well, this also sounds like my doorbell ringing.
Oh, well, that's fine.
This is the other servant. This is a 4-star saber. I think a single target.
Yeah, it looks single target.
Based on the MP where like a blade juts out of the enemy. This one looks so much better though. Like her design is so much nicer.
I mean, her design is just generic.
It's not generic.
High school girl with a katana, but I like it.
Yeah, it is pretty like generic anime type of design.
No, you don't understand.
No. Just imagine you're a normal high school boy, and then you were walking home, and then you got attacked by some Onis, and then suddenly she drops from the sky and then slashes them in half. And then like, there's no time to explain. We must go on an adventure. And then she's your like love interest for the shonen.
No, she's not the main one.
She's got the marking by her eye. She has the long hair that looks nice. Like she's just a much better design than the other one.
Yeah, this isn't the main love interest. This is someone who joins later after her villain arc. Okay.
Oh, true.
No. This does have like main female lead.
Nah.
Yeah, she does.
Yo.
Yeah, she does.
No, the type of anime she looks like she's from. Usually the main main female is a redhead, so it doesn't. It's
Okay,
not quite.
but
Yeah,
we're
we
gonna
gotta
ignore the redhead
do
here.
this Kaizen.
Gotta jujutsu this guy to watch out. But no, I like her design a lot better.
Yeah, like student council president type almost.
But here's the thing. Once again, she's permanent. So you guys technically have infinite time to accidentally get her. You're probably gonna be real tired of seeing her because I remember when Talalak first came out, people were like, damn, she's awesome. I hope I get spooked by her. And after the 12th one, they're like, okay. You know, and I take
well, it
that.
depends if she's good or not. Like if she's like actually like really good, I'm kind of hoping that she's like, because you know
Dude.
Lohi's general pulling really good. I'm hoping that she's
Yes.
like just like single target, quick, really good.
Yeah, but her issue really is single target sabers, isn't it? I think single target sabers is so crowded. You both Quick and Buster. Buster has one really strong welfare. Quick has 2 welfares, and the SSRs are also strong.
Who's the quick single target welfare saver?
welfare? Santa Carna and Satanta.
Gross.
They're not horrible.
Okay, I wouldn't call
either, mind
Satanta
you.
strong, but like,
Well, they're not
Santa
horrible.
Carna's
either,
okay.
mind you. They're free
not-
MP5s.
They're not bad.
Yeah, so
yeah, but they're not like.
I think they
They
would
don't,
have to make
they don't
her.
meet his standards. And then
In
there's
my opinion,
Melis.
They're
Dude,
dudes. Here's the problem: is they're dudes. Let's just be honest.
I think they have to make her like Creamhild, but Creamhild also exists in a superb class, so I'm like they would have to make her like skill set extremely.
Well, yeah. How many 4-stars have 50% batteries outside of Creamhild?
Cagliostro.
Iris Feel.
Oh, yeah.
Her only gacha competition is going to be Deermud. Yeah, but like, why aren't you counting welfares? They're all in evocation.
Okay, so her there was a pretty funny moment during stream where they had these two craft essences, the 4-star and the 3-star, on screen at the same time. It was very funny because one's like really moe blob, but the other one's like some crazy like Goblin Slayer level type of art.
And of course, the Goblin Slayer. Wait, oh, that's not the 3-star. I was gonna say, of course, the
3-star kind of
Slayer one is the 3-star because males.
Nah, the 3-star one kind of reminds me of Maid Dragon, a little bit.
The SSR reminds me of Maid
They're
Dragon.
both they're both snake related. Although one of them is more so cursed by a snake, which is not as nice as being the snake, I guess. I don't know. And then you also got Melu.
That's the you got Melu. I don't know if it's drawn by Choco or not. It looks very close to Choco Melu, but I'm not sure if it's Melu if it's Choco Melu.
And then we got the one that Plushie's most interested in. This one's this is Carmilla, right? We do have that.
This is Carmilla.
Okay, because I'm not sure if I'd immediately guess Carmilla.
Nobody would guess Carmilla. Every time she's in a CE, she just looks like a random person.
Well, that looks like a younger Carmilla, so.
This looks
or
like,
once they're close to them finally putting out a Liz that is
Liz.
Like
Carmilla isn't
from SMT. Look,
Carmilla isn't like that old looking of a person though. She just sounds really old because the voice actress. May she rest in peace.
Yep. But yeah, this is because this is what everybody thought it was. Because they're like, what? You know, she has white hair. She has white hair, and it's Cleopatra, and she has a fucking snake on her head.
Yeah, but we had
Dude, it's Shin Megami Tensei design for Cleopatra. So, it's funny.
Yeah, but we already have a Cleopatra, and she doesn't have white hair.
No, she's got Danganronpa looks and looks terrible.
Dude,
I think you're just a hater.
I am a hater. I'm a professional hater.
Yeah.
I've seen comments, under that art saying, "Wow, I didn't know Carmilla was a better Cleopatra than Cleopatra."
Damn.
So,
Yeah, speaking of,
rough.
Cleopatra does have a event bonus on this event. She's one of 3 5-stars that has an event bonus. Yeah, Ritra CC, Harp CC. That's
Okay,
what the
so
point of the
guess
mask is, CC.
what would the Virtua CC be? Because we already have anti-divine.
It'll probably be like anti-divine and 5% NP gain. Let's be honest.
Oh,
That's what it always is. No, we already got a Cleo buff. We got
No,
a
it
Cleo
applies
buff.
dragon. It applies dragon trait, I swear.
No way, bro. That would be insane.
Dude,
That
imagine
would be
applying
dumb.
dragon trait on a CC.
That would actually be insane for
Green
Cream
buff.
and Sigurd. Yep.
And Draco.
Well, if you look at this...
Now you gotta lead with 2 cards.
Oh my god, with Draco, I could just artificially get both my P mods. That's so stupid.
I gotta say, there's a lot of potential for good buffs in this group here.
Melt Lancer.
I feel like Lancer Liz is likely to get a buff because she seems to.
No, she's
be
not.
more
She's been buffed like 3 times.
She's buffed.
Give
She's
her-
been buffed twice.
Give
She got an
her-
NP buff. Oh wait, yeah, 3 times. Yeah, but she's still got a
alright.
really shitty guts.
That
Yeah,
doesn't
give-
mean she's bad. She's really
Give
good.
her first skill 30
could-
MP charge to all females.
Also, double buff it.
Yeah.
Oh
and
yeah.
then
Also, it's kind of
double
funny that Vritra has a command code, but she's not an event servant for some reason.
Melusine has an event. Has the 5-star scene. She's not an event servant either.
Yeah, but that's normal. Like,
I really don't want to
because
buff
like.
Virtua.
Like, you look at the 2-star CE, and, like, none of these servants have event bonus because they're Dragon Slayers,
But
not dragons.
they're all anti-dragon. So if this is a snake
Yeah.
event, why are all the anti-dragons on the 4-star CE?
I don't know, man. There's
Anyway,
just,
my point is this is
just hate them.
this is where they're finally gonna break the AOE Arts Lancers, and finally buff Melt's NP, and finally make an AOE Arts Lancer that's better than the others by having Melt be better.
Yeah, there's no one else on this list that needs a buff more than she does.
Of course not.
No, Rio. You're just
Yes, yes, Rio.
No.
Yes, Rio.
No, Rio. If they wanted to do that, they'd just make Biscione AOE arts. That would be horrible, by the way, please.
Yeah, another AoE Arts Lancer Dragon.
No, Biscotti doesn't need to be that.
I hope they make this saber. Okay.
I'm telling you, dude, it just sounds like you said Scotty, like this Scotty.
Fine, fine. Bicycle. Bicycle
Okay,
doesn't need to be AOE Arts.
Okay, another
Just call her
really
biscuits.
mean comment on App Media, but I kind of agree with would be interesting is I don't know if you guys seen Kurohime's MP animation.
Yeah,
They
she cuts
said-
off her hair.
They said if she went all the way and cut off her head and make it a suicide MP, I'd roll.
Yeah.
Ew.
I mean, that's pretty fucked up, but hey, another suicide MP. I don't know if you want that though. We already have Sojo. Anyways,
Dude. Yeah. Like, I mean, do we really need another one after, like, I mean, we got the AoE one covered, we got the single target one covered,
I guess. Yeah.
and everyone has access to both of those to some extent, I guess.
I guess, yeah.
Well, eventually he'll be at it. Eventually, Sojiro is going to be in.
I'm looking
evocation.
forward to her ascension where it like shows her princess outfit because she's supposed to be a princess.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then it's just Semiramis.
Ew.
So her skill set is the same as Semiramis, but instead she's a 4-star without an MP upgrade.
Oh, but she's not an assassin.
Yeah,
So-
throw up.
Already
I was-
better.
Is there any other MP where somebody cuts off something of them? Twin Arm Big Crunch is supposed to. He's supposed to cut off his hands, but he doesn't.
Yeah, he does it because he needs them.
Yeah, scroll it back, dude.
I swear there's someone who has to cut something. Or I mean, I guess Bargus has to rip off one of her horns.
Oh yeah, she
It's
does.
close to it.
And she goes big and smashes you.
Yeah. And she expands.
Speaking of that, Otto, have you been going through Lost Belt 7 on NA?
Nah, I could
No?
have, but
Just
I don't
trying
know.
to
I'm not
slack some
super
more?
focused. I'm just not super focused on NA. You know, is this a
Zeke.
surprise? But yeah, like as far as potential buff targets, like we got Shooting, we got Kijo, we got Gorgon, got Kurohime. Even though she just got a buff, she
Mel.
definitely needs one still.
No, Kurohime just put the burn before damage on MP.
I mean, Useless Lancer could use a buff, to be
Buster.
honest. She's
What
pretty
useless?
bad.
Does she?
All Medusa are
Dude, she can
mid-useless,
solo
except
some
for
shit
Saber.
and
No, Medusa Rider
seen a
needs
lot.
it more.
I've seen a
I'm
lot of Medusa
I'm
Lancer
hard
runs,
calling
to
that
be
one.
honest.
Like I feel like she's definitely gonna get a buff there. She's just like she struggles from the same thing that Shooting does, except she doesn't have like damage to back up to like try and make up for it. Because basically there's benefits to being AoE arts or AoE quick, and neither of them have those. Because I mean the appeal of a quick NP over like a Buster NP is you're going to make charge and stars, but they're both one-hit NPs, so yeah.
Okay, so here's my thing. So you see, Melt is in the middle of that image, though, like dead center. So therefore, Melt will be the one getting buffed.
Good point. Good point. If
Why would they put her
buff
front and center?
you, that would be pretty scary.
Well, it's not
would be,
front and
like-
center, it's back and center.
Well, look, she's as front and center as she can be without being the two new units.
I mean,
The two
Like-
new units are surprisingly not highlighted in this crowd a lot. Like, they're just kind of blending in. But yeah, Kurohime, and Kurohime. Interesting.
that's basically it. Yeah. Yeah, it's gonna happen on the 14th, is it? Or 15th?
15th for JP time. I would have just landed. I have a Japan trip planned, and I would land 5 minutes before the event starts.
Damn, you're going to Japan? I heard they make anime there.
Yeah, true. Demon Woman Maple Leaves, bro.
That's where
I mean,
you
it's
get
like
the fake grand orders.
It's like a 3-hour flight from here. That's the only time I would go. I don't think I would go to Japan from America. It's too far.
Yeah, that's what Kijo gets translated as in
Demon Woman Maple Leaves.
yeah.
And that's what the 4 kanji means.
Yeah, all the other ones get translated normally. Other than Dobrinja. Dobrinja Nikik. It always struggles with that name.
Oh, Sieg. It's like, who the fuck is
Oh my god,
Sieg?
it's Zeke.
It's Sieg. Bro.
I have an emote of that in my server. Hold on.
Zeke.
He's Zeke, bro.
He's zeking out,
is.
yo.
Zeke. I had to
How
move it
many
over just so you could see it because it was completely hidden by me. It's our guy, Zeke. And then
I don't think she's crying in that image, Ryou.
Yeah, she is. She's
a
crying in that
Sus
image.
Castoria emote from Ryou.
Oh, it is. Look, considering Ibora, she's probably
Have
getting
you
way
have you
up the
seen the
high.
full image?
No. Yes,
Haven't?
actually, you put it on your stream, so yes. It's like your pre-stream, one of your pre-stream images, right? I don't recall.
Yeah.
Oh, we're not. Oh, we're not. Oh, spoilers. Oh. Up next is
see.
we're doing the.
It's just crying. She's just crying. It's perfectly normal, and there's nothing weird about it. Though I will say he did, without me asking, send me an edited version. That is this, which I think is really funny.
Oh. This is the original. This is the other one. She's annoyed.
She's not crying. She's being railed from behind. Look, it's Ibora. Okay.
So up next is why are we talking about Ibora again? Like, this is 2 weeks in a row.
Because he's the greatest Fate Grand Order fan artist that the Western world has. Let's be honest. Like, there's the JP fan artist, but Ibora is the #1 English speaking FGO fan artist.
Considering you say you don't watch porn, that is very surprising because holy shit, I follow their 18+ account.
Okay.
Yeah, his normal stuff is just so good. Like, it's so good looking. It's like stylistic and nice.
Their normal stuff is the 18+ version, but with like a tape taped over their nipples.
Yeah, that's fine. Makes it okay.
So we're also like doing this tier list.
Oh yeah, we have that.
Yeah, we're doing this tier list.
No, but Ryou, have you seen this? I don't know what the fuck this is.
You don't know the meme?
I don't know what this is. What is it?
I don't know what it's supposed to be.
Hold on. It's a TikTok meme that's going around. Hold on. Where I lost track of where I'm supposed to go. Where's Discord? Where'd it go? The fuck? I'm blinding on it so fucking hard. Oh, there it is. It's this. So there's this guy that was on TikTok who was like trying to roast a person, and he has his hair in like these weird tassels that are like sort of just laying over, and people started making edits, and like one of them is like he's just got one eye and like one tassel pointing straight up. So yeah, it's a really weird meme, but it's pretty funny. It's part of that, like, it's almost like a postmodern version of YouTube poop type of. That's the type of format that video goes in, where it's just like sort of random sounds and shit. And just yeah. You'd have to look it up to figure out what the fuck it is. It was all over Twitter for a bit, so I don't know if it's still all over Twitter. But up next is this tier list, where we're going to be talking about, first off, Semiramis, which is funny because we were just mentioning her earlier.
We're starting with slop.
Yeah, this is definitely a deliberate intent here.
Well,
so
I had her as jokingly at 0 before, and I'm like, I just moved her down 1. She's gonna go back to 0 in a minute, but like.
So, Semiramis is an AOE Buster servant with a triple art stack. She doesn't have a focus on crits like a lot of Buster servants do. She's more of an NP spam focused type of servant.
She had her ability to focus on crits stolen away from her by the worst deck in the game.
I mean,
she's supposed to be a caster.
True.
Let's make her a caster to be more competitive. Tonalico driving a truck running into her face.
Yeah, like, even if you made her a caster, like, she'd still get stomped by Nero.
It'll be bad.
I don't understand, man.
Yeah, but yeah, she has some real issues. Her first skill is a 30% battery, an AOE
not 50%.
debuff. 30. I said 30%, didn't I?
I know. I'm just saying it's not 50%.
Okay. Yeah, the 50% is the debuff resist down for 1 turn. It's on a 5-turn cooldown, so it's up really often, and it's one nice thing, but it's a pretty lackluster skill in today's environment. Yeah.
Are you
Then
fucking kidding me?
the second skill's pretty interesting, actually. So it's 40% NP gen for 3 turns. It's also on a 5-turn cooldown, so it's basically just a better version of Golden Rule, because Golden Rule is usually at 6-turn cooldown and like 45% gain or 50% gain. But then she also removes her disadvantage against casters or from casters, so she does neutral damage to them. It would be.
Here's the thing, though. If this skill gave her then class advantage against assassins, it would be she'd at least have like actual dual class. But it doesn't.
Yeah, but like the one,
it just makes her neutral to casters.
Like the one benefit of this is, well, I mean, if you want to invest in her as like a universal farmer, I mean, first off, it's going to be painful because she doesn't.
Faster.
Yeah, she doesn't get blocked by casters, so like most 90+ nodes, if you're like hypering her, she's going to be able to handle them. Yeah, she's got other issues though. Like that's a pretty small positive, because like not very many people hyper her. Hello, I'm one of the people that hypered her. I don't really use her though. But then her third skill is AOE 50% Buster resist down, which is it's effectively a team 50% Buster buff. But it's also costs 8 stars. She doesn't really make. I mean, she can make stars. Like she is an assassin, so she has higher star gen by default. So like her NP is usually going to make at least 8 stars. But like, yeah, and then like also Buster servants, like Buster supports, give stars usually. And then she inflicts 1,000 poison, which is nothing. And
so
yeah.
here's the thing: if they were gonna buff this skill, 1, remove the star cost. 2, make it cause her drops first skill, but Buster resist only down. so give her, change it to a buff that triggers 3 times. It happens 1 turn, and give her buff success or debuff success rate up.
Actually, what I'd prefer they took one of her first 2 skills and like put a star dump on it, and then like
why do you want the demerit to stay? The demerit isn't good.
Because
there's no benefit in the demerit.
If she has a skill that drops at least 15 stars, you're still going to have like a net benefit there.
Okay.
So I think the skill should
instead
be
of
upgraded.
fixing the
If you
skill,
consume 8 stars, we can choose not to.
Yeah. So
well, here's the
pull a cuckoo, so it becomes.
That's like Cuckoo's entire thing, though. She's built around that idea.
Look, that's fine.
But
the
like,
here's
here's part of it.
A different skill to give stars doesn't make that other skill not suck. You'd have to fundamentally change
but
that skill to make it not suck.
one skill exists in a vacuum. Okay, if she has like a 20-star bomb on a different skill, see, part of the reason I'd prefer it to be on a different skill is because of the low cooldown on the other skills. And it like, depending on what effect they'd want to go with, it might be better that it's on the first or second skill. So like, what I could see like a 30% attack buff on this. Like maybe they could do 20% anti-poison enemy damage. Just something to bring up her damage, because ultimately that's her biggest issue. She just doesn't have much that boosts her damage.
Look, what they need to do, as I said, for the third skill, remove star demerit, make it so that it reapplies the debuff every turn, so you can use her for farming, and give her like a 20% attack up at the same time.
I don't like the idea of just like making everything act the same way. I know it's a better way of having it applied, but I just don't like that idea.
I got an idea.
So you want her to be bad on purpose, so
You
she's
can
unique.
fix her without doing exactly what you're doing.
I got an idea.
Okay.
I got an idea. Okay. As the oldest poisoner in the world, she can save the total damage she did for a turn and deal it as poison damage for the following 3 turns.
What the fuck?
So if she did 1,000,000 damage this turn, she would do 1,000,000 poison damage for 3 more turns.
Yeah, and then you dot
That
boost
seems
it,
a little
I
much.
guess.
Are you high? She's the oldest poisoner in the world. I don't give a shit. This just makes the bosses like put, dot immunity. Then
they just get dot immunity.
She's not hitting 1,000,000 damage, bro. But what would be funny is if you boost her with Oberon and then you put the poison on and you have someone else come in and then she would have the. Okay, that's probably too stupid. But look,
Yes,
yes,
you're just now realizing this.
Look, I've always liked the idea of saving damage and then re-triggering again on a following turn. You know what I mean? Like you could like store up damage and then you re-trigger it again and again. Maybe add a cap to it, but I don't know. But,
Okay.
Hey,
Well, all her passives are pretty decent. Like she's got like high level territory creation for her arts cards. So her arts cards end up being really solid because like they're already at like almost 1.6%, like 1.56%. Then she's got a 40% MP gain buff, 12% arts buff. So her gains are actually pretty strong. Also, I think for a long time, I don't know if it's still the case, but out of all servants that have an arts deck and can do like an arts chain, I think she made the most stars with an arts chain. Now that we have like class core, it's not as unique, but thought that was worth mentioning.
The only good part about her kit is the upgraded MP.
True. And I do think the MP effect is unique because it is a technically repeatable
buff removal resist for the entire team for 1 turn. And then also defense of 20% for 3 turns. And before damage, it's a 10 to 50% NP damage buff. Usually it's 10 to 30, but it's also only 1 turn though. So
yeah,
people don't like that as much for understandable reasons.
Am I crazy, or if this MP was a loopable arts MP, it'd be pretty good. Like it would be a really good.
Yeah, no. If she was arts,
she would buff more resist.
She'd have a place in arts.
She would
she would actually be like the when you're fighting a boss that spams buff removal. She's who you'd slot into those Castoria teams to like stall out.
Yeah, but I guess that's not what they wanted. They want her to combo with.
Use Dion. Yeah, that's what Dion does now.
Yeah, but like they how do I put this? They wanted him to combo with Amakusa, so.
Okay. Well, let's move on to the ranking. There's really not much to talk about with her even. It's shocking that we made 10 minutes out of it though. But yeah.
Damn, I think she might be the worst SSR in the game still, or at this point.
What, really? I don't know. I mean, I'm not very familiar with some of them, but damn. And I
don't know about worst, but she like if there's a 0 on this list, she's probably one of them.
If there's a 0, we gotta have at least 1 0 to justify the ranking. If there's a 0, it's her.
Damn.
Yeah. But up next we got Melu. Yay.
Oh, good. It's Melu. We went from the lowest of lows to the highest of highs.
Well, Melu has really solid gains, which is assisted by her crit skill, which makes her a very consistent crit servant. Her arts cards are 1.95% at base, which is really high. maybe not really high, but it is higher than average. Usually with the Buster Arts deck, you're going to be seeing about like 1.7. But she also has like a single target arts NP, but we're not ranking. I mean, I don't know. It doesn't really matter. Like a lot of the time, you're going to press her third skill and turn her.
He is
turn her into this
mostly
regardless.
actually an AoE Buster character. That is the funny thing as well. The single target arts is a nice entry into her. Most of her gameplay is AoE Buster.
Okay, well, her first skill is pretty dumb. It's 40% attack for 3 turns, 500 damage cut for 3 turns, 2000 max HP increased for 3 turns, and 30% charge. Excuse me. I just ate some food, so.
If she's getting hit, like if she's the only one on the field, that's an effective 7,500 HP extra. You get hit 3 times a turn for 3 turns. You know, plus
I mean, that's how damage cut works. It's okay.
I know, but it's
Wait,
like,
wouldn't it be?
Yeah.
Wait, did you say 7,500? Wouldn't it be?
Sorry, 65.
Yeah. Or don't you work at a bank? Don't you need to know math? Come on.
Look, math is overrated.
Also, it's good against.
Don't you have to know how to like multiply a person's money by 15 in case they get a like a special kind of check?
No, that's not how interest works.
Class.
But
specifically,
yeah, 40% attack up for 3 turns is a lot. It's a very strong. Her first 2 skills are extremely strong because they have to be a kit in itself for if you do player's arts.
Yeah.
And so that's why they're stacked with friggin' Eternal Arms Mastery, Star Dump, Star Regen as well.
Yep.
Which is
and then
funny
also pushes her to have one of the highest absorbed in the game at the 5,000% increase for 90 star absorb. Like, she's a Lancer. She already had not terrible absorb. It's like, it's above middle of the line. It's 9 times what you get out of a Berserker. It's triple what you get out of an Avenger. Yeah, it's a lot better. Like, it just makes her crit all of the time, basically. Because, like, if you get, like, 2 or 3 cards, it's often, you'll oftentimes get another, like, 20, like, stars, like, especially after class score. So you're just really likely to crit, basically.
With class score, if you in single target arts form, if you do an arts
yes,
chain,
if you do NPR art,
score, she generates like 40 something stars. It's really funny.
It is very funny. And then her third skill, which is it's also pretty dumb. So first time you use it, 100% battery and 1 turn of invuln, and then she turns herself into stage 3, which gives her a different NP. This is on a 5-turn cooldown, and then after that, when you use the skill again, if she's in stage 3, it's a 30% NP damage buff and 1 turn invuln, which is on 5-turn cooldown. It's really good.
Pretty good.
And
very
then
easy to press twice in farming.
And then the first NP is like it's a blue single target NP. It increases the damage they take by 1,000, so it's damage plus effectively for 5 turns.
A useless effect.
And then
I mean, it's reverse damage cut. Didn't you just really like?
I mean, it's like
one enemy doesn't.
It's like the opposite. Okay, it's sort of like Dot. If you don't have Dot boost, it's better than just playing Dot because it triggers every time you attack the enemy. So,
yeah,
like, if you attack them 3 times, it's going to be plus 3,000. But she's going to loop this NP most likely. So at that point, you get it for 5 turns. Like, yeah, it adds up over time. Of course, someone like Ryou wouldn't appreciate that because he's trying to min-turn everything.
Yeah, if it takes more than 3 turns, what am I doing with my life?
Yeah.
There's a reason why most skill effects only last 3 turns in this game.
And then she, speaking of another 3-turn effect, she has an NP gain buff of 20 to 40%. That's her overcharge for 3 turns. And that happens before damage. So she gets slightly more refund as a result of it. And her refund
as a single target isn't bad.
Yeah, because it's a 5-hit. Because she needed more. And then also she has a separate NP, which is AOE Buster. Yeah, single target arts does look a little weird on this tier list, but it's because she has an AOE Buster NP, where she gets Pierce Invuln before damage. She inflicts burn for 5 turns. So yeah, this is just a worse effect of what I was just describing before. And then she also gets 3-turn 20 to 60% Buster before damage for 3 turns.
I mean, I think interestingly, the only time the burn would potentially be better than a damage plus would be if it was an AoE, because like you can't guarantee you would hit them every turn with an AoE. So
yeah, I guess that is true.
I mean, it doesn't really matter though, because like I guess it triggers fucking Honey Lake or something, whatever.
The overcharge is actually very useful because it's not, when you're using her, you can use her with Vitch Dark, and you can get overcharge, so you can get an extra, 20% Buster off that last 3 turns. It's not terribly hard to overcharge her.
Yeah, it's a good ramp up, like a really good ramp up.
Yeah,
I mean, this is the MP most people are familiar with, anyways, because Black Reaper. Ooh. Yeah.
But yeah, that's that was the first Black Grail looper of Buster, like, that people gave a shit about, basically.
Was she the first? So
well, I mean, there was more than one server that
came out.
She was the first one people cared about, though, because like there was also Ku. There was we didn't have very many.
Yeah, no, I think it was just those 2.
We had Kucaster and...
Yeah, Kucaster had just gotten his buff.
And Oberon. Couldn't Oberon do it himself?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Oberon, I guess.
With double Oberon.
And then we got... No, it's not. It's Oberon double Vitch with Rhaenys, I think.
Yeah, or Castoria. You just have to be able to divide it into 20% and 30% charge.
So yeah, but then we got Tiamat, we got Ark and Tonalico join in as well. Is that it? I feel like we have more.
It's still a pretty small group. There's Artoria Alter in certain damage comps.
Well, she didn't have her buff then, though.
Yeah. I'm saying at that time of release, Melusine was the best of it.
Yeah. And Melusine without traits is still...
She's still one of the best of it, honestly.
Yeah, like she just doesn't have an anti-trait. That's like the one thing she doesn't have, I think.
That's when they're going to buff her MP and give her an anti-trait. That's the thing. They cannot buff her MP. If they buff her MP, she actually just becomes the strongest character in this game. You can't do it.
Buff both
she's
of them
she's unbuffable. She's unbuffable. You can't do it. It's too dangerous.
And then stop asking for one.
I'm not.
I can think of one.
Yes, you do. You keep asking for them to upgrade her 3rd skill so you can swap again.
Oh, well, that's different than... I'm talking about buffing her NP. Like, if she had a MP buff, like, legitimately, I don't think anyone would outdamage her in a neutral setting.
That's pretty scary. But yeah, I mean, this is a pretty easy S tier. I mean, I guess we're not calling it S tier, but
yeah, just at the top.
Yep,
we're just sitting here at the very tippy top.
Like, even if you don't consider a single target arts MP, she'd still be S tier, so that's kind of dumb.
Yeah.
Man, and then dropping once again, we got Saber, like the Saber.
I mean, Saber is good. Just because the only downside of Saber
Saber's
is
not
that
good.
she's in a very crowded field.
No,
there's
I
a
will
lot
die
of
on this hill. Saber is not good. Saber is not good. Saber sucks. Okay, but you go first. I'm sorry.
Okay, so my argument is that AOE Buster Sabers that can loop is a crowded field, right? But like that doesn't mean she's bad just because she's not the top of the list. Like her I mean, if you want to maximize damage, sure you need Rising Mud Rain, right? But like
She doesn't even do that much with Rising Mud Rain. She has
if you're using Cranking, what do you mean? Like as far as AOE Sabers go, the only one that beats her is Mordred.
Yes.
And
that's Mordred against Arthur's.
But you need MLB Rising Mud Rain. Nobody has that shit, bro.
Okay, but look.
I guess technically you don't need an MLB, but like it's gonna be worse not MLB.
If it's not MLB, it's not even that far away from cranking, dude.
Artoria's cranking damage, like in comparison to like,
everything.
When you look at not everything. So when you're just looking at like the normal stuff without traits and everything like that, her AOE damage
not bad, but like
it's not terrible. Like it's a little bit less when you're using like cranking. Like Altera's a little bit higher. Ibuki is a little bit lower.
Yes, Ibuki's lower. So is Arthur, but like I think Artoria just doesn't.
She's very competent.
Okay.
I guess we should go through the skill sets.
Let's go through this. So yeah, middle of the line as far as gains go. She's got shit counts at 2213. It's the second lowest you can get as far as hit counts go, because there's some servants out there with one hit arts cards, but to be fair, they have more. They have like several quick cards, so it compensates for it, I guess. So don't expect stars when you're using her. And then like her charge, it's okay. So her first skill is Charisma. It's 18%. AoE attack for 3 turns out of 5.
The only unbuffed part of her kit.
Yeah, also gotta point out Arthur has 20% AoE attack, a 30% battery, and then 3-turn 100% PMod against super large, which is a pretty solid skill. And this is less than one of those effects.
I mean, this is very buffable. This is like this.
Yeah, it's super easy to. It's super easy to do
10th anniversary buff, where they do something stupid.
Where they buff her and continue to ignore her, and never put her in the story at all.
They're gonna give her Avalon, and this would be
any story for that matter.
Sound defense for a turn and extend all buffs by 2 turns.
Yeah. Then her second skill, which you do get to press twice on turn 1 and turn 3.
If you have a pen file, you can press it whenever, actually, which is pretty fun.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so her second skill is a mana burst, but she changes all of her cards to Buster for a turn, and she gets 30% NP damage as well. So it's a really big boost in damage. 50% Buster, 30% NP damage. It's nice, but there's some issues that arise with it. Like, oftentimes, like in a challenge quest setting, you're going to need more than just like that one burst of damage. And also, it kind of locks you out of NP gain for a turn. Sure, she has NP refund.
That is the worst part. There was a run where what was it?
Dark
Dark Round?
Yeah.
Where in JP no one was able to do it with Artoria because everyone had done the upgrade, but the NA people saw the future, and they were like, we're not going to do it. We need those arts cards on those turns, and so they left it unupgraded, and they were able to do it.
By the
So
way,
yeah, like in a 3-turn context, it's okay because like you don't really need more than 3 NPs. But if you're going to try to NP more than 3 times, like across however many turns, it's just it's got issues. Because like you've also got situations where okay, I killed everyone, like I wiped everyone's bars out, and this is the point of time where I'd love to Mighty Chain or just use at least one arts card, but all you got are Buster cards, and
my
you don't
main
really
issue
benefit
as
from that.
well with this skill is this is supposed to be like the burst skill, or absolutely maximum burst, and I still have to care about card RNG. Like if this at least set her hand to 5 busters, whatever. But no, it doesn't. Like it doesn't even do that. But I guess that would be a bit too good with card lock. Would it even be too good with card lock? I don't fucking know, dude.
I don't think that would be good for her like at all, because she barely makes stars, and then like, assuming you're pairing her with Koyan, then like, are you going to make enough stars to make any of those cards crit?
I mean, her third skill gives stars, and Koyan's gonna make.
Yeah, it's 15 stars. Yeah,
also,
speaking of,
if
third
it's
skill
set
is 30% battery, 15 stars. It's bland.
Well, here's the thing.
It says it's what you get.
If it set the deck to all her cards, even if they were all Buster, the way Koyan's skill works is the Buster Star Absorb actually only applies to the original Buster cards still.
Unless you use a Star Bomb or use her Buster Absorb after you swap.
Yeah. So
I mean,
you just gotta sequence things.
How I'd imagine it will work, because card lock doesn't work on, like, card lock doesn't lock her hands into 5 busters, because the cards are not actually buster.
Yeah.
They just transform the buster. So my actual idea here is to kill CL. No, joking. But I mean, what I wanted to do with this is, I just feel like, you know, this skill, if it's trying to be like a burst skill, like at least it should guarantee the burst effect.
Oh shit, Ryou's watching horses. Never mind.
Oh yeah, I forgot. I opened Twitter because I was like looking at my Twitter account, and I was like, "What is this animation?" But I forgot I'm sharing my screen so you guys can see my Twitter. Not that my Twitter shows anything risky, as I once again, why does Jean have a gun?
But yeah, this is, I don't know, this skill.
Jean has a gun.
I just don't think this skill. Oh my god, you cut off right before she pulled trigger.
Yeah. And then finally the NP overcharge, because the NP overcharges it. She has an upgraded NP, but the only effect is 20 to 50% recharge at the end. And by recharge, I mean you get a flat charge afterwards, which could be overcharged, but that's it. It's just like this. It's good for Buster looping because of her third skill being 30% low cooldown. But aside from that, it's just
like really,
she's a perfectly middle of the road AOE Buster.
She's
farmer.
not.
Look,
you were just
okay.
You were just
what AOE Buster Saber is like that much dramatically better at farming than her.
Okay, that much. Okay, when you cut it down to just farming,
or better, because if you're looking at just farming, she's better than some of the others.
Yeah, but like you're not doing that. When the fuck are you doing single core Buster looping with Rising Mud Rain?
No, not without. I'm talking about even just with cranking.
With cranking,
she's sitting around the same damage as everyone else.
Yes.
The only time Rising Mud Rain is taken into consideration is when you're comparing her to Saber, Alter, or Mordred against Arthur's.
Okay, when we're using cranking, she's about this. She's slightly higher damage than the other people, if we consider Oberon, right? Because of that skill too. In Challenge Quest, she is the worst out of all SSR Buster AoE Sabers, in my personal opinion. I think in a non-farming context, every single other one beats her. Just easily. Arthur, Power Mod, 3-turn Mana Burst. Mordred has Buster Crit. I don't actually like Mordred's kits too much in Challenge Quest, but at least she has like, you know, Cleanse and whatever. Ibuki has Triple Buster. Altera has like the best damage. Richard has insane crits. I think Artoria is objectively, unless you're looping with Rising Mud Rain specifically, the worst AoE Buster Saber in the SSR in the game. I
yeah,
mean,
but that doesn't make her bad. Just because the others are better doesn't make her bad.
okay,
Like,
so compare her to most other AoE Busters here. Like, let's pick a pretty mid one.
better than Amakusa.
I don't actually.
I don't think so.
For
Like
challenge quest,
that's
Amakusa is better, but for farming,
yeah, it's farming brain
that's the
rot
thing.
there.
Like the thing is that she's easy to acquire. She's been free multiple times. There was that
like
Fate Stay Night thing where you get
I
like a free face. You just take Saber.
I feel like
that
that's
is her
I
other
feel like that's
advantage.
just such a cop out though. Like
No, but
like
she's
okay,
a
she
good
might have
farming unit that you've had for free.
She's not a good farming unit.
look
look,
Ryou, look, you constantly compare these servants at NP5. If they're already at NP5 in your comparison, then what does them being free matter? They're cheaper.
But if you're comparing them at NP1, even if you're like a person just going through and you're farming your level 90 nodes and it's a Lancer node, she's gonna do you just fine. She's not. You don't need to overcomplicate it.
Is she as bad as Semiramis? Okay, here comes the bombshell.
Here's the thing.
Here comes the bombshell. If Semiramis was a saber, she'd be better than Artoria.
No, she wouldn't. Semiramis has a skill set problem of like her skills are just almost worthless.
Artoria has a 30 battery, a charisma. She has one skill that's good. With her damage, damage is not bad because of assassin, dude.
Yeah, also triple art stack.
Yeah, but like
on the same level.
I'm not sure about a 0. I don't know if I'd say she's a 0.
I don't think she's a 0.
I don't.
Semiramis is in a worse class objectively. I think if Semiramis had Saber stats and is in the Saber class, she'd be like at least on par with Artoria.
So you're saying whereas 2 is the average, you're saying Saber is a below average character.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah,
I think she's a 1.
I'd say a 1.
I feel like I'm going crazy here. I don't.
I know.
Because if she's below average, then so many of these are below average.
I just disagree. So the way I look at it, and like
Okita, I think, well, her for sure, him for sure. Outside of his one little niche there.
What?
This guy is garbage.
What? Iskandar?
Yeah, I think Iskandar outside of his little new buff is kind of useless.
I don't know about that. It's like, I mean, like for one, like okay, yeah, so he does have
his
that
only
advantage.
thing is ignore. He also has a 1-turn Buster buff.
Yeah, but like
he has
okay, so they're the same.
Right.
Yeah, they're same, similar, but he has better team. He has better team buffs.
He has slightly better team buffs.
I mean, I'm not sure.
Worse farming.
He is always for buffing saber faces. I don't think Artoria is necessarily a strong character, like gameplay wise. I don't think so.
She's just super lacking. So, like I've gone through this logic before. Like this is basically where I stand. Like basically all of the Buster, like the 5-star Buster Sabers, can farm. She does hit harder than most of them, but if you're already hitting the damage check, then what does she offer beyond that? Because if you do enough damage with like the other ones, even if they're not like as much, they're not as
Artoria does the thing that you do 95% of your time for FGO, Buster looping with Rising Mud Rain. That is objectively false.
Why do you keep bringing up Rising Mud Rain?
Because without Rising Mud Rain, she loses her one advantage. I don't even think with cranking her damage.
Right, without Rising Mud Rain, she's just the same farmer as all the other AoE sabers.
Yes, and worse challenge quest DPS. So she's the worst. Like,
right, but
what's the logic there?
That doesn't. I don't think that makes her below the average, like a sub-average.
I think it does. Out of all these busters, I'd like I can't pick more than 5 that's worse than her.
Why are you assuming we're
Alright.
hitting the damage check? So, like, for 90 plus, I'd say most of the AoE Buster Sabers are going to be functional. For 90 plus, none of them are going to be doing it. So, I guess, like, the only exception is maybe Mordred in a very specific node that we haven't gotten yet. But like, if she's
not even that
if
good at
she's
farming is my point.
I don't see how Altera isn't that much, like, aside from the buff purge, isn't that much better for challenge quests.
I mean,
And it's on a skill, it's not on a...
Her MP
she
ramps
also
damage.
she also crits, unlike Artoria.
Okay.
Like her
Dude,
steroids are
when the fuck was the last
better.
time you farmed with Artoria? Chat defending her. When the fuck was the last time you farmed with Artoria?
Here's the thing. I don't think anyone actually farms with AoE sabers.
So her advantage is farming, and nobody's farms with AoE sabers, so she's just useless. I don't understand. Like, it's just a lot of a few years back. Look, I'm not saying
Yesterday.
she's strong. Yesterday on what? Fucking what is it? Training
Ants?
grounds? Like, what the fuck?
I think she's just aged really poorly. It's
I
not.
It's
just
really disagree, but okay.
It's just a matter of like not having things. Like she just has
You know what?
so little.
Okay,
YouTube people, get in the comments and tell these people they're wrong.
Yeah, leave a comment
YouTube's gonna be
about.
on my side. Engagement.
I mean, yeah.
Engagement.
Yeah, commenters,
yeah,
leave a comment of support for me, so we don't have like the selection bias where only the people who have strong feelings about it respond.
Chat's already disagreeing with us. Yeah, I mean, it's fine, but
well, sorry, it's that area of chat is wrong.
I mean,
I
look,
don't see, like, for challenge quests how she's like that bad anyway. Like, here's the thing: like, if you're running her with double Vitch, like,
then you get
she's
2
doing
pumps
like a
out of her
Buster chain, then you're getting 50% charge back anyway at the end of a turn.
Yeah, but also
there's
there's another problem with that. Have you seen her damage without her second skill up? Because you're only going to have it up like twice.
Right. So in a 3-turn challenge quest, you can have it up. So on like turn 1, you know, you can use whatever card you want. On turn 2, you make them all Buster, and then she refunds 20 from her NP, and then another 40 from the Buster cards, and then 10% or so from extra. So she's sitting at like 80% charge. You need like 20% more.
I mean, okay.
So it's like I don't see how like the bus. I mean, when you're using it with double Vitch and being able to use the cards, I don't see the lack of arts for most situations. I understand Dark Rounds.
I can understand low to
but
high A, but like I can understand that if we still take her farming into consideration.
But like if you put her in, like she loses her advantage on like the like one of the few selling points she has is like, okay, she has higher burst damage, but then like you have these turns where she doesn't have her second skill and her damage drops tremendously.
If the guy that says I am wrong says she belongs at the bottom of 2, sure, I'll take it. I think bottom of 2 is fine, but we'll see if we move her later. I can understand bottom of 2 because I don't think she is like unusable, but maybe it's just AoE Buster Sabers really souring the whole, like, because it's such a boring category of servants that.
Okay.
I
mean, it is boring because I don't like using any of them.
All AoE Sabers should be the same tier. That's not the same.
Yeah, that is you don't like any of them. If one of them was Melusin, then you would like using them.
Let's be honest. As much as I dislike Ibuki has funny buttons. That does make her better than the others.
Yeah,
Ibuki is probably the best AoE Buster Saber because she's got some funny buttons.
Well, yeah. Yeah.
I mean,
So
Ibuki
how about
saber
we
or
put a
I mean,
pin on
my
this? How about we put a pin
Yeah.
on that? And like we've only
Me-
got 3 servants on the list right now. We need to move it a little, and we might find comparisons later that might push her up or push her down. Like one of the ones I'm seeing here is Lancer Artoria. I don't know where we'd rank her, but yeah, because they have similar issues.
Well, Lancer Artoria is just Saber Artoria, but worse because she doesn't have the card change gimmick.
Yeah, but I'm not sure if I'd put her. No. Okay, we'll get to that when we get to that, though.
All right.
So up next.
Okay, look, my suggestion is put her in 2 so people stop commenting about this.
No, we're gonna leave her in 1 for now. Let's move on to Altera.
Well, people are gonna be commenting about it in a negative light, which is still comments at the end of the day. Which is, next is Altera.
Yeah, the engagement.
Okay.
So next is Altera. She has very similar gain stats, which are, but she has. I'd say she's going to be better at getting her NP back to. Well, I guess she doesn't have the recharge at the end of the NP, but she doesn't change her hand. She doesn't get rid of her Quicken Arts cards, and then she also has the ability to crit on cards that aren't her Buster card.
You know what she has though?
What?
White you know hair. What she has though? No, I can double cast all of her steroids immediately on turn 1, and they are all 3 turn effects, and they all stack on top of each other. So
okay, you don't want to double cast skill 2 on turn 1 because then you're wasting a battery. It's the least impactful to double cast, but yes, you can double cast skill 1, and 3.
No,
yeah, I would not. Okay, we're getting ahead of ourselves. What is unique about Altera's skill in the Fate series? In the Fate series, Altera, recognized as Attila, possesses... Well, sometimes it's funny.
Anti-beast attack damage.
Anti-beast attack damage.
What is her append? Is it anti-beast?
No, it's not.
No, it's like anti-foreigner. Wait, hold on.
Not even right.
Yeah.
I love AI Slaw.
Dude, these fucking MP upgrades suck balls, dude. What is this?
How is Altera related to Attila in the Hun in the Fate series? And then it just talks about her in the Christmas event. Okay. So first skill is, it used to be a tactics skill, now it's 20% AoE and P damage for 3 turns, and then she removes all enemy defensive buffs. I like buff removal. This is still kind of a lackluster skill. It's just like 20% for 3 turns is, it's not much. It ends up getting double casted, and then Oberon does something with it, which is generally well appreciated.
Yeah, so 20 becomes 80 in the end. So think about it that way.
Yeah. Well, I mean the 20 ends up becoming,
40, and you do it twice, so it becomes 80.
Yeah, but then you also get the 60, and then another 40. Yeah. But then her second skill has actually gotten 2 buffs. First,
because it was terrible, and then they buffed it, and it was still terrible.
Yeah, it was Natural Body, which is, it's actually just an inferior version of Kentoki's third skill, which is saying something. It's 80% offensive buff resistance, so she would have a 97.5% chance of resisting offensive buffs with this active. And then the heal 2500, and then they increased it to be 120% debuff resistance, and a 3k heal, but also a 1-turn absorb. So, okay. And then they buffed it again, and now it has 30% charge, 30% crit damage for 3 turns, and also, like, the other stuff is still there. It's still 1-turn absorb, still 3k heal. So, it's an alright skill now. 30% does... I want to say it feels low, but, like, 30% on a 5-star is still more than...
5 turns.
Like, it's going to feel like it's going to be pretty comparable to a 50% crit buff on a 4-star. I always say this Like 30% crit buffs just don't sound like much, but then if they're on a 5-star, especially with someone who has like a high attack stat, like she has a higher attack stat than most sabers.
Oh, bro, what is this fucking? Okay, you know what?
What?
I saw her gains. You know what? I actually, yeah, maybe Artorias too, because at least she can spam her.
Did you
MP.
actually look at what happens when you try to use her arts cards?
Yeah, when you
I
can.
was like, what the fuck is this, dude? Jesus Christ, what are these group of people?
What's that?
Stinkers.
What?
Yeah,
What clear?
It's
what,
early FGO sabers.
Oh my god. Okay,
This is why for MP regeneration, I think that having used with double Vitch, having all Buster cards is probably better than getting an arts card.
Yeah, because you're getting 20 from each arts card, and I don't think you're getting 20 from their arts card, dude. Jesus Christ.
don't worry, if you use her with another version of Artoria, then she gets big arts cards.
Well, okay.
And then lastly, we got the third skill, which is a 3-turn 30% attack buff, which is
probably your best skill because you can double cast it for 60% attack up.
Yeah.
On turn. Yeah.
And then 15 stars. So it's a pretty standard skill, but like 30% attack is pretty nice. It's better than 20% or 18% for that matter. I prefer this over 18% for the team. And then it also stacks really well on a Buster team because attack is like the most lacking buff type and yada yada. And then she has basic passives, and then she has a bad append because who the fuck is going to use her against a foreigner? What foreigner are you going to use her against? And then her NP is just as boring as Artoria's. It's upgraded, has a single effect, but this one is actually good for damage. So like you're not going to have the charge refunded to you, but you are going to get a defense debuff on the enemy. So her damage will ramp up, which is something.
So we all make me say some more than others. You mean me? Dude, I don't use these fucking losers, okay? So give me a break. These AoE sabers. The only reason they're still, like, you sometimes see them perform better than some other characters because they have class score. Okay. The moment I get class score, these are trash. Anyways, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, her looping damage is pretty great. I remember it. I don't know. I don't remember how well it shapes up to Artoria with similar setup. I know she has like one of the highest turn 3 AoE Buster saber damages.
Yes, she does, but
because she just has a good blend of buffs.
With
like
Cranky, she is the highest.
I will say, objectively though, now putting those two servants side by side, I think it's really fair. Artoria is focused more on spamming, and Altera is focused more on damage. But because her MP is less spammable, the defense down is not going to be stacking that easily. So, and Artoria still has the Buster thing. So I actually think they're quite equal. Now,
I don't know if I want to say they're equal.
Maybe they should both be put into, because like I do think Altera is really strong offensively, but for normal use, maybe because like her MP is not going to be as spammable as Artoria. Like yeah, Artoria, not like her arts card. It's not like it's great, but I think like 20% refund, or essentially only spending 80 MP gauge to MP it does add up probably.
Yeah, but then you're going to have you'll have this thing happen sometimes where you could get a lot more than that, but you're stuck with 2 Buster cards, and then you might have Altera who gets like 1 arts card, or maybe an arts card and a quick card, and then she gets as much gain.
I
Don't
don't
press the
know.
button, then you don't do enough damage because her damage, like
But
all of her steroids, are on one skill, and
I
it
do
locks her
kind
out
of
of game.
agree with.
It's
I do
very
kind of
annoying.
agree with Ryou though, with like Koyan Light, the Buster card does gain 10 MP flat.
Yeah,
So
but
like
like
it's
that's
not, yeah, it's
you're
not necessarily bad.
you're locked in place with that though. Like there's only a certain amount of gain you can get. You're going to get like you're only
If
gonna
you're
get at
desperately
best.
in need of a gain, you just wouldn't click it because the 5-turn cooldown. It
Yeah,
is quite flexible.
but again, like it's just a toss up between like sometimes you're just not gonna do enough damage and you have to press
Yeah,
it,
no.
and then it's also
I'm
gonna
not
prevent you from
disagreeing with
looping.
you. I think Altera in a challenge quest, in general, will be better. But at the same time, Artoria does have the weird farming thing going on. So, and I also did forget that skill 2 can be used in like comps where you need cards. It drastically improves the RNG for that turn. So
Yeah,
I do
but
think
like
it's kind of fair. That's what I mean by like
Altera's still
spamming
gonna have really like I'd say she's probably gonna have better card damage still because she has like
with her
good
arts.
steroids.
When Artoria has Buster?
With
No.
I
Oh, you mean in general?
in general, like she
No.
has
Yeah,
her own crit buffs. She has a better attack buff. Like maybe her arts card isn't going to do as much damage as another Buster card from Artoria.
I agree.
But
I agree. That's what I mean by in challenge quest.
She has more that contributes to her own offense.
Yeah, but Artoria doesn't. I know Artoria doesn't get a lot out of. She doesn't get anything out of spamming her MP other than doing damage with her MP, right?
Yeah.
But then I kind of can't go behind behind. No, what am I saying? I can't go like against an argument I made. Oh, I cut it out of the video actually, but one of the arguments.
Never mind, I can.
Okay. One of the arguments that I made is like the game in general really prefers MPs because MP is the most consistent card you can draw. So like relying on crits is always kind of be a slight negative in terms of your offense. So Altera is gonna have better offense in general, but I do think her non-spammable MP could become an issue because I do think the defense down from her MP also contributes quite a bit to her damage if she's able to spam it, but like she's not gonna always be able to spam it. So I do think they're quite equal. Maybe move them both up to 2, I guess, because I definitely don't think Altera is a 1 because she is highly offensive. Well, highly offensive, not in a bad way, but like
she offends me as a human being.
I still think she's gonna be better than Artoria because like in a challenge quest, like yeah, so if Altera is gonna be better in a challenge quest and they're going to I don't see. Okay, so is Artoria better than her in farming?
Because, yes, by a lot.
I don't think it's by a lot, but
because like you're still going to
consider,
for the most part, you're going to be locked into the same types of setups. Because
yes,
like
but...
I know, like Rising Mud Rain is probably not going to be used very often.
We're not talking about.
Yeah, I know.
What I meant was.
Well, okay, so like outside of Rising Mud Rain, okay, so we're going to be using 50% CEs. Is there that big of a difference between the two of them with a 50% CE? With ranking?
Her card RNG is slightly better because I do remember comps that use her like, oh, if she gets one card.
Yeah, but then she might just not get cards at all on some turns, so...
Does Artoria's MP refund do anything in Buster Run? Yes, it does, but it's with specific keys only, not always.
I mean, it's only like if you're doing 0% stuff, because if it's 50%, you're only gonna need 30% on turn 3.
Yeah, but okay, the thing is, I also agree with you. I think Rising Mud Rain or the, God forbid, the Black Grail, K-Scope, I don't need to use Atlas frontline only. Like, I don't think those are good arguments, right? Like, those are not good arguments.
I just tested it here because I have a fully skilled up and everything Altera in NA. The NP arts refunds only 50%
It's not bad.
on Altera, which
No, that's not bad.
if you're doing NP Buster with double Vitch buff with Saber also gets you about 50% after your extra attack.
Did you actually crit on both of them?
Yeah, I had full stars. Yeah,
I'm pretty sure MP arts like that's how much Koyan Dark is. with like pure Buster.
Yeah,
buff.
so I don't know about
bad.
like the MP
Well,
spammability in a challenge.
Koyan Dark has a
either.
lot better
That's different
gain though. Like
then maybe I'm high. Anyways, so I do feel like from like they kind of are like counterparts to each other, but I think Altera benefits more from double Koyan, which is ironic, but because she can double stack all of her buffs. This is a hard one. I don't know.
I just don't think either of them are bad. I think they're just. I think they're kind of just middle of the road.
Better. I don't think they're one tier apart, though. I guess that's my point. I don't think they're one tier apart.
That was my thing. Is I'm like, I don't think they're. I didn't think Saber was so drastically bad that she should be in the below average group. Because like 2 is the average, 3 is above average, 1 is below average, and 4 is like top tier.
okay.
I guess we'll look at some others later. I don't know. I'm sorry.
Yeah, let's move on to the third one that is also going to influence the previous.
Spread these out, but you know what?
Yeah.
I'm just gonna move Ibuki up here so we can just get all these AOE Buster Sabers out of the way.
Oh heck yeah. Yeah, let's bring in another servant that might shake up their ranking. So now we got Mordred, who in my opinion, in a lot of ways, is a better version of Artoria.
I do think that is the case.
Yes, she is. Her
gains are pretty similar, I'd say. Her quick card's worse, but like I mean, it's a difference between like a 1 and a 2, and out of 10. So, so like I don't think it's that big of a positive there. But I'm glad she doesn't have day 1 hit counts at least. Like 4 hit extra attack, 3 hit arts attack. So that's cool. Her first skill is a mana burst, but it applies in a better way than Artoria's, in my opinion, because it's 3x3 turn Buster buff of 50% on a 5-turn cooldown, but then also 30% Buster crit for 3 turns and 20% attack for 3 turns. So this is just a really well-rounded offensive skill.
I mean, outside of the lack of MP damage, it is the exact same damage buffs that OG Saber gets across her skills in one.
Oh, except she has 2% more attack.
For... Okay, all right. Except it trades MP damage for Buster crit.
Yeah, and you also get to stack the Buster. So on turn 2, she can wait. Would it be on turn 2?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Because it starts at 4 with the pen 5. It takes down to 3, and then it's. If you're farming,
it depends. If you're doing K-scope, because you can do K-scope plugless with her now. Now that we have a pen 5.
Gross.
Well, I mean, the thing is, the plugless, it means you can use any mystic code you want.
Oh,
so,
yeah. Well, yeah. She's
so
just
you can also use like, you can use a mystic code to swap in some random other servant. Of course, this I do have to point this out. I don't want to be biased here. This is a benefit of Artoria's as well, because she was already able to do that. It's just now they're both able to do it because Mordred can have a pen 5. So
so she can have a 5-turn battery instead of a 6.
Okay, and then second skill is 3x3 turn 50% crit buff, as well as Buster Absorb for 1 turn and 15 stars. Which
I don't like 3 times.
I don't like this one. I like the mana burst is fine, but this, because you couldn't, you're not gonna be spamming your Buster Card every turn most of the time, because you're going to be spreading some stuff out. But on this one here, your crits are going to be eaten up by your arts cards and your quick cards, and so you're not building up as much.
Dude,
probably.
Arthur's.
Yeah, if it was Buster crit 3 times 3 turns, that'd be better.
Maybe.
Wait, why?
Because
well, I mean, the absorb is going to go to the Buster cards, so.
Right, but it's going to get eaten if you have to pick a different card.
If you accidentally crit with those 4 games, and then it will eat it up. I mean, depends on what you want.
I don't know. But yeah, I definitely prefer Arthur's Instinct upgrade over this because it's 3 turns crit damage and a larger stardom, which I think is just effectively better.
It's just
even if it was 3 turns crit buff, like 30 stars without the absorb would probably be pretty comparable. But yeah. And then third skill is 30% battery, debuff cleanse, 50% defense buff for 1 turn, and it's all on a 6-turn cooldown. It's like an okay skill. These days it feels like a 5-turn cooldown skill, but these days it kind of is if you have the 5th append. So you're able to use it on turns 2 and 3 in a Buster farming setup, and it also gives her some utility with the debuff removal. And there's some situations where you can actually tank an NP with the defense buff, like if it's an AOE NP, because they do less damage. So, like, she's already, like, she has some utility here with their third skill, and then some defensibility. Even if it's only a little bit, it's still more than you see out of Artoria. And onwards to... she has anti-saber, which is good, because there's plenty of saber... Artorias.
Saber.
Yeah. So she has 2 overcharges. Oh my god. They really went all out with her. She has 2 effects on her NP instead of 1. So she does bonus damage to enemies with the Artoria trait, or Arthur trait. And it's a weird... level of it.
Normal.
Yeah, it's 80 to 120% instead of 50 to 100%.
Yeah, it's what puts her technically higher up in the damage rankings at peak, because her anti-trait is just higher than normal.
I mean, you can't count that, though. You can't count that.
Yeah, Arthur enemies are so rare, it doesn't actually count.
Yeah, but then she also has the same refund thing as Artoria, 20 to 40% on overcharge. Yeah, there's a handful of them. There's 17 Arthur servants now. And
I think out of the vanilla AoE Buster Saber Farmer characters, she's the 3rd best.
3rd? Really?
Well, Arthur is better. And do you think Richard is better?
Is Arthur better?
Is
as
Arthur
a farmer?
better?
That's...
No, I don't think as a farmer.
Well, okay, no, as a farmer, no. Okay, if we're just looking at farming, I mean, as just a farmer, she's probably the best of them, because the others are applications outside of farming. But is she...
Her comparison with Artoria is very easy, right? She's kind of just better.
I mean, in farming, they're very similar.
Yeah, in farming.
But she does... Yeah, in farming, they're kind of the same. While looking at it, in farming, they are like the same character.
But she just has
slightly higher damage.
Yeah, she works better with Koyan because she can double stack all of her stuff. Like none of it.
Wait, I'm not seeing. Can she not use
Mud Rain? She can.
Mud Rain?
Yeah, she can.
No, can she use cranking? She can use cranking.
Oh
right?
yeah, obviously. She has a 30% battery.
Okay. Yeah.
I mean, I have it here. If you want it.
No, I think it's fine.
This is MP2. Okay.
I think she's still in the average area, but she's better than the other 2.
Ironically, I think she's a worse crit DPS than Altera because her shit runs out immediately.
Yeah.
Yeah. It doesn't
Altera
stack as well.
Is...
and yeah, she has a bunch of 3x3 turn stuff. But
And if you brute force Altera's MP to spam, the defense down does stack, so it's pretty nice. But yeah, like I think for general use, she's better than Altera for most people. Probably she's kind of just like a better looper than Artoria, and better crit DPS slightly than Artoria, depending on what you're trying to do. Because like turning your hand into Buster could always be useful, right? It could improve your card RNG for min turn. I think it's more relevant in min turns because, like, you don't have to reshuffle your hand to get more Buster cards. That could be a good thing. But in general, I feel like she's just a better version of Artoria for most people. But Artoria, you do have more chances to get MP copies of her, so that might just become irrelevant.
Yeah.
So.
That is the thing. That's why I think, like, for most people, Artoria is the one that they're going to have at a higher MP level, which is really all that matters in the end when you're comparing these three, for farming at least, is who's your highest MP level. But I've always been the opinion of, like, sabers as a, like, farming lancers doesn't come up that often. It feels like, right? I don't know. I don't know if it's just me, but, like, I feel like the times I've needed to farm lancers, it's never been that pressing or.
I mean, there are just better options, and also there are berserkers. Like I just feel like farming is it's very competitive scene right now in FGO, and like you're moving into multi-core territory as well.
And none of these are good at multi-core that much.
I actually don't think it's that competitive. Like I think you have some clear winners up on the top that can do most classes. Yeah. Like you got Lohi, you got Summer Ibuki, like
I guess
I don't really see a reason to farm with sabers most of the time.
I guess I should say the reason behind that is the way people play the game is they hyper a DPS instead of trying to counterclass with evenly spread out DPS. Like back in the day, I remember people were like, "Oh, you want an MP to AOE Saber? You want an MP to AOE Archer? You want an AOE MP to Lancer?" And then now they're just, I mean, I agree, but like now most people are just like, "Oh, I have a 120 Melu scene. I'm gonna fuck everything up except for sabers." So like that.
Outside of 90 plus, outside of 90 plus, if you have a 120, anything below 90 plus, usually you can just like brute force with a 120 if they're a decent one.
Yeah.
It's only 90 plus that you have to start paying more attention to things. Unless you're using Ibuki, Summer, and Castoria, in which case you're just,
it's
brain damaged, but you're easy mode.
It's just easier to like have one person, because how MP levels work in this game, it's just easier to have like one giant fat copy of a character instead of like a evenly spread out. Because I mean, Otto didn't bring up damage thresholds for this, but like what people want to do is just they want to hit damage thresholds, and it's the easiest way is just to 120 something and brute force it instead of trying to collect as many different DPSs as possible, which is unfortunate. I think as a character collector game, this is a character design failure, but the game, even for free to plays, like if you ask what free to plays do, they even free to plays, some of them, they're like, I'm gonna save 1,000 cores for like 1 DPS or something.
Well, I think, I mean, like, I don't think a lot of free to plays play this way, but like I think genuinely like one of the safest ways to play for a free to play is just like roll for supports and pick a hyper support. Like Summer Ibuki or support Lohi.
Yeah. Like it's
like Like I understand like not everyone would want to do it that way because usually people want to use their own servants, but like that's just generally the safest way from my experience.
I just feel like the game is like,
because like I mean,
it's too late to change it, but it's kind of a game that doesn't incentivize collecting everything. And they want you to.
Except when it does. Then you want to collect everything.
When?
Oh,
I mean DPSs.
Because you want to have everything. You got to fill up the Pokedex.
Well, but like in terms of gameplay, like even for like people like us who wail for TAs and like there's a list of characters you want to collect, but not every one of them. Get the message point? Yeah, it's just I don't know. The game doesn't function that way. So characters that don't like shine very bright would just be carried by your love for the character, which is fine. I think at the end of the day, it's probably still a good thing, because one of the things I enjoy for FGO is you can fucking hyper boost your favorite character to a stupid degree, even though it's bad for bad for game balance. It's fun.
Yeah, that's the fun thing about this. But like, yeah, as far as like efficiency goes, like if you roll, like you only need one copy of basically any of the supports, and then you've also got Evocation Shop, and you have good options for all of them. If you have a Castoria, you're basically set for the game. Like that's it, because there's basically every class in the Evocation Shop is represented with a single target art servant, and then you can borrow a Summer Ibuki and support with like Jufu and Paracelsus or Free Waiver.
I do also think the game is like they kind of know that this is one of their bigger selling points compared to other gacha games, which is instead of just like having like a Mary system or whatever, like making them your favorite, you can literally make your character insanely strong. And now with the grand thing, literally make grand servants. Like
it's something that throws me off about other games is like, yeah, you can pick a character and like and mark them. I like this one, but there's no way to like improve, like to especially improve a character to make them a better character to play as. Yeah, and I'm like, but why? I think that's like one of the best systems in FGO.
I should just want you to pick your champions basically out of like a couple hundred. Take your favorite 7 and make them the fucking most busted shit ever. It's different. I do like that. It's the one different thing about FGO compared to some other games. So it's a good thing and a bad thing, I guess.
Okay, and now a break from the tier list to go do the thing that's fun, watching people do daily singles.
Really? This is what you want to take a break on? We were just about to talk about another AoE Buster Saber.
Yeah, and I'm just about to roll for an AoE Buster Saber. Yeah. Whoa, am I gonna get anything from my like 10 singles here?
It's 13. Also, it costs $500 million to max faux pas. When I just realized when I was looking at it earlier today.
I got another Altera yesterday, so
I got an Altera 2 days ago. So my Altera in JP is NP3 now.
I got a Nero Bride the other day, and I don't know what to do with it because I don't do TA and I don't DPS with it.
You already have a Nero Bride?
Wait,
yeah, I already have her.
Your first Nero Bride?
I mean,
just keep a level 50. Just keep a level 50.
Yeah, but the thing is, I wouldn't use if I use her for support, there's not really a difference between level 90 and level 50 for me.
Yeah,
if anything, it's worse because like I don't have to. When I use her for a support, I'm using her for like a farming support, and that's where her HP doesn't matter.
You do. She goes in TAs. What do you mean? Oh shit.
Yeah, I mean like a lot of the TAs I do are like quick oriented, so yeah, and
she helps there.
There's generally better options than Nero Bride if you're looking for specialized support.
Yeah, unless you're hitting Sky. Even for Sky, it's 30%. It's not exactly.
Well, there's Mordred. There's Theseus. Okita. More like Nokita.
Like Nokia phones. What?
There's Altera.
There's Altera.
More like No Terra. I got 5-star CE.
Oh, that's a 5-star. That could have been a Sukumihara.
Oh, and
but it wasn't.
Chat, wouldn't it be the funniest thing? Wouldn't it just be the funniest fucking thing? It would.
If you got a Sukumihara, I'd leave right now.
No, I was thinking like if I got Artoria after our conversation. But yeah, there it is. Nothing. Woo!
Do a single ticket into the story.
No. I'm not wasteful like you. I gotta save those because I'm sure there's gonna be a shooting banner soon, and I'd like to 120er.
Gross, but okay.
Man, shut up. Don't ask you.
Hold on. I gotta go to Fino's chat because the cuckoo just showed up on the screen, and then I gotta go complain.
What are you gonna complain in his chat about?
It's an evil green woman. Alright, I'm back.
Green woman. Damn.
Evil green woman.
So, are we gonna go straight to Ibuki, or are we gonna skip all the other AoE Buster Sabers? I think there's like, I think there's like one or two. Oh,
look, there's Richard at the bottom, and then I realized Arthur wasn't here, so I found him and I stuck him here. So
okay.
Arthur's here.
Yeah, well, that's gonna be on the next list if he's down there.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll save Arthur for later.
All right. Ew, men. And here's Ibuki. The other Ibuki. So she's got a Buster deck, unlike the others, which automatically makes her better. Because you don't have to completely get rid of her NP gain for a turn, and you could still have like Buster, yeah. So she also has good gains, like a good hit counts. The gains, of course, to some extent are inhibited by like the Buster deck, but she also has like it's like a almost 2.4%.
She has a 50% battery. It's fine.
Yeah, she also has like the biggest battery of like her peers. And that one is a 3-time, 3-turn, 40% attack buff, and then 50% NP damage. Not NP damage, Jesus. NP battery. So
great for farming. Not so great in challenge quests.
It's all right. Like yeah, in a farming scenario, it's gonna double stack just fine generally. But you might run into issues with like challenge quests. Like the thing
challenge
is,
quest, the 1-turn buff is the thing.
Well, that's assuming you're using like a brave chain. Like oftentimes, like you use an NP and then she's got a Buster card, and that's going to be enough. And then you can save it for a next NP or another Buster card.
Of course, I mean triple Buster.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like I also don't like the attack up for three hits. But
yeah, I feel like they're gonna. I feel like they might buff that away.
Well, yeah, it is the worst part of her kit.
Yeah, and when the worst part of your kit is like a 3-time, 3-turn, 40% effect, I don't feel like it. I feel like that's a good thing if that's the worst aspect of you, because 40% is a pretty hefty number.
I mean,
that's what Melusine has for 3 turns. So
yeah. Well. And then her second skill is a 5-turn cooldown, 30% Buster buff for 3 turns, 30% defense buff for 3 turns, and 20 stars. So it's up pretty often.
It's easily double stackable, which is good for it.
Yeah, and it's a 4-turn
cooldown at base.
Yeah,
with the
in the defense buff, like 30% is where it starts becoming noticeable. And then she also has like a passive damage cut of 200. So when you have this active, it's almost like Waver's second skill, which is pretty impactful. Especially if you're up against Lancers, then you're taking like less than 1,000 damage, and it's great. Then her third skill is
which was
Smelly
her
Fingers.
Worst skill until we got other servants. Until Summer Woo happened.
Yep. Now she has a 50% crit buff for 3 turns. She has an NP seal for 1 turn, and then 3-turn 50% anti-undead special attack. Which, yes, as he said, it used to be completely useless. Now you can force that with a Buster support that is actually pretty good. Like, she's not a meme. A lot of people think that Summer Woo is actually a meme. Her support is actually like really, really solid.
It helps her in all things because Summer Woo is 15% attack, 15% Buster, 20% MP gen, another 30% anti-undead damage mod. So Ibuki ends up with 80%. That's why you see runs with Ibuki that are actually just bunga bunga cards, not using your NP, and just like smashing with Buster cards.
Yeah, I mean, once again, the triple Buster deck is a huge benefit for this character. Like there are characters that
I know that guy in chat. He's a big Wu fan who posts on Twitter a lot. Posts like memes and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah,
Shout out to a straight chicken.
For her. But also, yeah, she's just good, and her MP is also really good. Like if you look at her MP and then look at the fucking other goobers we just looked at, man.
Yeah.
Like come on.
Yeah. And like yeah. Also, on top of the damage cut, she also has a passive 12% Buster, which is even more damage. And then she has passive 20% buff removal resistance, which
this will in fact never come in handy.
Yeah, yeah. It like the only time it's useful is when you try to make it work, and then it's a pain in the ass. So like a lot of the time,
you got the buddy ring, so you got 30%, which means you're gambling.
Yeah, it's basically if you use the buddy ring twice. It's really painful.
You can get to 50. That's pretty good.
She has anti-ruler, which sucks.
I mean, I'm pretty sure she could do Kinshi Huang.
Yeah, maybe. I know I did a video where I used her against Zeus, and she's genuinely really good in that fight. It's actually kind of hilarious. Because like, just good cards are gonna go a long way there, because you gotta kill the top of his head and the bottom of his head, and she meets those damage checks. And then I think he has a defense buff. She can help deal with that. And if you have a servant that can NP seal, you can prevent him from ever NPing in your fight.
What was that?
Was that? That was probably Ryou. Were you watching something on Twitter?
No, I opened Twitch to check something on your channel, and it started auto-playing music. Does that come through on the stream?
Yeah. Yeah, it only happened for like a second.
You should mute my stream on your stream.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, because it's only the visuals.
Yeah, I don't want to...
It's only the visuals we need. You don't need to hear what I'm hearing.
I don't want to hear
What if I want to start listening to weird stuff while we're doing this? Like,
yeah, like your favorite hentai.
And it does not exist.
Damn.
Anyways.
High standards, huh? I don't like picking favorites either. It's fine. And then her NP
though
is stupid, because like you have like two servants that have one effect NPs. You have one that has a 2 effect NP, but one of the effects never appears. And then you have this one, which is just absurdly good, because it's Pierce Invuln for a turn, Ignore Defense for its not for a turn. It's baked into the NP.
Better if it was for a turn, actually, to apply to her cards.
That would have
been.
Oh yeah, yeah, that would have been pretty cool. And then after damage, she reduces their Buster resistance by 20%. So even if you're running out of the attack buff, it doesn't quite compensate for it, but you're still ramping a little bit on your card damage and your NP damage. So this is just a really stacked NP. Because like you don't have to worry about any sort of defensive things other than like special damage resist, but at that point everyone's penalized. So
yep.
So if there is a way to damage the enemy, this NP will go through it.
Yeah, I mean, I think she definitely has a couple of skills that could use a buff. I mean, a tiny buff. Just like she's not perfect, but
yeah, the first first skill, it's literally just to do a fix. But honestly, I don't know if they want to do that, because you look at Altera's third skill.
3-turn 40% attack up is ridiculous on a Buster servant.
Yeah, right? And then you have Altera who has like a 3-turn 30%, which is already pretty good. But then you tack on a 50% battery instead of the Star Bomb. Like, yeah.
So I don't think she's like 4, but I think she's 3 for sure.
3. I think she's 3 because she's not. She does good stuff, but she's not like the crazy thing, like the most crazy. But she's pretty good.
Also, I guess before
she's above the average.
Yeah, there's also like she also has like a bunch of different traits. It's kind of funny. Basically, every servant who has a double charisma, it affects her because she's female, she's divine. With Moriarty's help, she's evil. She's dragon. She has all of the things, and then she also has Koyan Dark synergy because she's animalistic.
Like I disagree
Crane
with that
synergy
take.
with costume, like it's Saber Medusa synergy with demonic.
I disagree with that take of she's the best of the bad because this implies that when she's not in the Saber class, she would look bad in front of other AoE busters. She doesn't. She's one of the
no.
best
If she was any other class, she'd be just as good.
Yeah. She's a really good AoE buster in general. So I think she's definitely a 3. Like she's really like if you look at like fast clears, triple buster just allows you to pull a lot of stupid shit if you are a buster servant, right? Like it's just
negative. Her feet are really ugly.
She's wearing shoes.
Stop looking. Like I don't know what else to say.
They're sitting there in her sprite. They're in your face. It's horrifying.
Then use the Ascension that no one likes that has no feet.
It looks weird. It's got an egg.
But eggs are funny.
But yeah, Ibuki is definitely a high tier buster AoE for sure.
At worst, top of 3.
Yeah.
Let's look at Tomato.
He should have 3 busters.
Tametomo.
Why doesn't he have 3 busters?
Yeah.
Because he's general pool and they hate him.
1. Pink glasses. Apparently I didn't open this one. Did you shift him around? Or did I just miss him?
Oh, we were going specifically for all the sabers.
I guess I accidentally opened up Tesla instead. Okay, that all right.
Tesla, Tametomo, kind of the same thing.
Yeah, Nor defense, nor invuln, AoE Buster Archer, has anti trait.
Yes. Dude, he's good. He just needs an MP upgrade, man. He is good.
Yeah.
He's my God.
Where's the guy?
Well, I think he's fine, but I'm gonna be honest. Okay. He does have some Tametomo does have some issues.
Well, yeah, one of the skills is not awful.
Namely, skill 2 and skill 3 are kind of not
They're
great.
weird. Yeah, but
yeah. So
and skill 1 has a big problem too. All the skills have an issue that could be fixed with a buff, but like, will they?
Yeah, I mean, just MP upgrade him. I think his skill stuff.
I don't think he's bad. I know what I'm saying. He has a lot of issues, but I don't think he's overall bad.
Yeah, he has issues.
It just
means
that
he's fixable. Means that he's fixable, right? Yeah.
There's some other AoE archers that are better.
Let's talk about the things he does. So he has a pretty good attack stat now that I look at it, 12.4k. But that's kind of
he's an archer though, so
yeah, that's kind of
modifier.
That's kind of standard for archers though. Usually archers have higher attack stats because they have lower modifiers. They get a 5% penalty. Same way that lancers usually have lower attack stats, which is why
it's a bit too complicated. I don't even think he's basic. I think he's.
You know what? That is true because his kit has so many conditionals and stuff like that.
You got a lot of random shit. All right, sorry. We keep
okay. So, Buster Arts deck. His arts cards are like they're okay. They're like 1.68% arts cards, and then his quick card isn't that great because it's the same as the arts cards, which means it's 1/3 the arts cards, so on and so forth.
Might as well turn one of them into a buster, am I right?
Yeah. Honestly, his kit would have fit so well if he had like a 3 buster cards instead. Like, Like,
He'd be
even if
archery
you kept the
Ibuki.
same
The MP is
games.
also the same.
Yeah. Arguably better. Oh.
Oh yeah, true. It is better. That's exactly what I was talking about. The ignore defense. This is not tied to the MP. It's a 1-turn buff, so it applies to his cards.
It is better.
Well, the ignore defense is tied to his NP. He has sure hit on a skill though, which is really funny. Okay.
No.
So-
The ignore defense is a buff. It's not tied to the.
Oh,
MP.
yeah.
It's not an effect.
Oh yeah.
It's a buff.
Yeah. That's what you meant.
Yeah,
Okay,
it extends to the
gotcha.
face card, so it is
Gotcha.
it is better unless there's buff block. But yeah.
But then he also has anti-check. Okay. So 3-time 3-turn Buster buff on his first skill, sort of like Mordred's, and he has 3 turns of 30% crit. I thought it was 50% crit for a while, but
Yeah,
30%.
it should have been 50.
The good thing though is it's Buster performance 3 attacks, and unlike Ibuki's attack 3 times. So that way, like if you're playing around with them, you can mighty chain with them, or choose his
Yeah.
arts cards and stuff like that.
I
and
will
avoid the
say,
Buster
though-
cards if you don't need it, and you're
I
not
will say,
wasting
though-
it.
Oh, sorry. I was just gonna say I do think Buster teams in general lack attack ups more than Buster ups as a buff type, but yeah.
Yeah, it stacks better with Fitch and Co.
Yeah.
True.
Okay, then his second skill is a 30% battery. It's a 3-time it's a 3-turn 1-time guts, not a 3-time 1-turn. A
And
3-time 1-turn guts is so fucking redundant.
That's Vlad, kind of.
And
like-
here's the skill with the problem is because it also, when his guts activates, he cleanses debuffs, and he gets a 20% MP damage up. But he only he only has one
Effect
Guts.
immediately.
like
Oh,
and
I
one
guess
effect
so.
immediately
Well-
is the battery.
Well, you
So
could
it's
use
like,
someone
it-
else to give him another guts if you wanted to.
I know. So if you're using him in a situation where you're proccing his guts a lot, you got to have someone else to give him guts, which means you're sacrificing something. Or if you're not proccing his guts, then it's just a 30% battery.
Does his Bond C have a stackable guts?
His bond CE is
Or is it
party
just
damage against
anti-lawful?
lawful.
Oh my god, fucking kill me.
If it was a stackable guts, then it'd be better.
Grand Tametomo, you know.
Yeah, Grand Tametomo.
Yeah.
But like it's
That'd be cool.
it's a skill that could be fixed with a buff to give him an immediate, say 20% MP damage up.
But
Yeah,
most guts
yeah.
givers
Still more-
are Buster oriented. Well,
Or
but
that's
you
the fix they
forgot
could
about
do to
one
his second
thing.
skill.
You
for his
forgot
third
about
skill.
Kets. Quetzalcoatl.
I-
Oh,
She
I was
has
saying,
a-
like give.
Oh,
attacker guts and buster up.
Yeah,
I was thinking
It's
like no, give him
21%
when he
attack
presses
and then
this.
30% Buster. I think hers is 30% Buster. I don't know if it's more than one
Yeah.
turn or not, but yeah.
6-turn cooldown's already pretty sure for a gut skill on Buro.
Yeah,
It's
Yeah.
okay. It's not short. It's okay.
it's standard for a 1-time 3-turn guts.
Yeah,
And then his-
Tametomo.
Sorry.
Yeah, you can
Go on.
fix. Yeah, actually, yeah, he doesn't necessarily need an MP upgrade because I don't think you can add any other effects to it. So maybe fix his second skill. In hindsight.
or his third skill, because his third skill is the evasion for 5 turns, the regeneration buff for 5 turns, which is a 1-time 5-turn MP damage buff of 20% and an MP regen of 10%. So like somewhere in one of these skills should give him the turn you press it a 20% NP damage buff. Just
you're
somewhere in
right.
here.
You're right.
It's like-
I was like, isn't this just 5 turns of MP damage up? That's more flexible, but no, you don't get it immediately.
You don't get it immediately. So on
Oh,
turn
fuck
1, it's
me.
usually it does mean that if you're in a situation where you're not MPing every turn, it does kind of build up.
Yeah, it
Kind of
builds
like
up. That's cool.
Sugitani did before they, buffed that out of her and just made her better. So-
True. Yeah, they could have definitely buffed his skill like Sugitani. Well, not Sugitani didn't get a skill buff, but
Yeah, but I mean, it's the thing is I think both of his skill 2 and skill 3 could get a buff to give them something immediately, because as they are, they are skills you have to press ahead of time, and you don't really
it's
see.
another flavor thing, right? Because he
Yeah.
is a patient sniper.
Yeah, he's a sniper.
Yeah, he's waiting for the perfect shot, so that's why he has this kind of stuff. But you know, in FGO, it's kind of just.
Well, yeah, actually, him and Sugitani was introduced as a character in Trom. He is from Trom. They're kind of the same thing. Though the cooldown on that one is horrible, so they should maybe buff the third skill, lower its cooldown, and give it an immediate effect.
I mean, it only has a 2-turn downtime. To be fair.
Only 1 turn actually on the first
with a
use,
pen
so
5.
maybe. Yeah,
and it does feel more significant if it's a long-lasting skill to have a 1-turn like cooldown reduction. Sometimes that depends, but yeah, I don't know. But yeah, he's a bit slow. Well, he's 1 turn slow actually. It's just 1 turn slow.
It is kind of sad. Like if you don't use like if the MP damages were like just like it was a 20% MP damage that lasted 5 turns and it was applied every turn, so it like built up over time. Like I don't think that's a problem because Kingprotea has the exact same thing. She builds up to 100% MP damage
5%.
over.
Wait, is it 5% or is it 10%?
Kingprotea is 10%.
Oh.
And once she's at 10 stacks, her third skill is 100% MP damage for 3 turns.
His is 20%, so like it's gonna build up a lot faster.
Yeah, if it's 2 turns, already 40%. Also, like Kingprotea's buildup is MP damage. Kingprotea's buildup is I can't fucking die anymore. So
And it's also then NP damage though, because remember it gives her 100% NP damage up at max.
They buffed her what, like 3 times for no reason? Is it 3?
Not no reason. They buffed huge scale twice, and they buffed
they buffed her 3 times for no reason. I think the 3rd buff was unnecessary, but whatever.
You know what? It added a 30% battery. We'll get to her soon. She's actually not that far down the list.
Yeah.
I like Kingprotea. I have her 120.
Speaking of going down the list, so he has a really loaded NP. So he has ignore invincibility for 1 turn.
Smattering of effects.
Ignore defense for 1 turn. Both of them apply as buffs.
That buffs cards.
Yep. And then when he's on water side, he gets 20% Buster. And then when he's up against Lawful, he does at least 50% bonus damage as a super effective. So he has
kind of weird condition. Waterside Battlefield, I think, is like a terrible conditional because the setters of Waterside, why would you use any of them with like? Okay, so all of the setters of Waterside are AOE. Is the problem? There's not a single target setter of Waterside.
Look, you just don't understand how powerful a multi-core setup with him and Summer Nitocris is. It's just beyond
I understand how powerful it is. I understand the power.
Well, if you understood it, you'd
it's just
you wouldn't be so critical, right?
This is another character that is plagued by flavor a little bit because he is supposed to be charging his giant fucking moonshot, and then also his legend is that he shot someone off of a boat. Oh no, he shot someone when he was on a boat, and off of a boat. I mean, his biggest thing was to snipe.
So did he have like 1 foot on the beach and 1 on the boat?
Okay, my bad. He shot a boat. Never mind.
Okay, he shot a boat.
Click the video tab and play his MP animation. I do have to say his MP, especially the way it starts, is one of the coolest starts with MP.
My bad. He sank.
I really like how his MP starts.
It zaps him from the moon.
Yeah, the moon eclipses, and then a laser comes down from the moon.
It's very
it's a very cool NP. I like it.
Yeah, it's very cool.
Visually, I think it's very cool.
It's the coolest mech MP in the game.
Yeah, because it's not 3D. He's a mech character without a 3D NP, and so he actually looks cool. It's okay. Just stop doing 3D.
But yeah, like he a lot of this stuff is flavor. Oh, it's okay. It's literally called fucking ship sinker. Thank you. But yeah, I don't know.
I don't know, man. Maybe it was so strong that it sunk the ship that he was sniping from.
Was she not? Was he also not on the ship? I thought he was also on the ship.
Yeah, like he fires it, and then like
I don't
it
know.
fires
I thought he
so
was a
hard
finisher.
that like it launches the ship underwater and it just floods.
But the
It-
recoil.
His
Yeah,
first
the
ascension
recoil.
is his coolest ascension, I will say.
I mean, yeah. I mean, it kind of sucks that he's forced to change into the third one when he takes the shot, but yeah, it's cool.
Yeah,
It's
it is what it
he.
is.
I don't think anyone dislikes his MP animation. It was cool as fuck. And it was cool
Yeah,
enough to be like
people-
a cutscene. not
People
look
do
bad.
dislike that he only goes to one ascension for it, though.
Oh
but
man,
like,
that was before that became the norm, right? Like that. Right now, it's just
But
everything.
I think I'd assume it might be a lore thing because, like with Bakken, for example, Bakken always ends up on her final ascension, but that's because in her lore, like she's active. Like it's more so her skin.
goes on
Her
the
third
bottom.
ascension is from her NP than vice versa.
The only
Because
other
she
thing-
has to transform for her NP, basically.
The only other thing I remember about him, at least his legend, is one of his arms was longer than the other. Like he has very unbalanced arm lengths, but then it was perfect to hold a bow. I don't know. Somebody said that. Maybe I'm high again.
But speaking of,
Was that? I'm pretty sure the thing.
I'm
He's-
just imagining a baby with like one really long arm, and it's like, oh no, my child, you will never achieve anything because you're so deformed.
except for
And then he
shooting
grows
a
up to
bow,
be, and then he grows up to be an amazing bowman as a result of it.
My child, you're doomed to have 0.95 to multiply.
I think he's like the average.
He is. I think his design is anything but average, but because of his weirdness, his performance becomes average.
Yeah.
Like his MP is so stacked. His MP is actually so good. Like I think you couldn't ask for a better MP, right? Like ignore defense, invoke pierce plus anti trait. Like the water side thing, you don't even need to have a trigger. It's still a good MP. So, but his skills are
only
a
his
bit
skills were
too
better.
slow. Yeah, his skills are a bit too slow. So maybe he wants a skill buff. You're right. Well, maybe not an MP upgrade.
Otto, do you have any
But-
disagreements with in the tier?
with the being too.
He's still worse than Napoleon. I don't agree with that all the time because like. I guess Napoleon also has invoke pierce and ignore defense. Why the fuck do they all have that, dude?
Oh, all the AOE Buster archers outside of Gilgamesh are kind of like, okay, so the 30% charger ones, like Tesla or like Napoleon and
the 30% ones,
wait,
like
what are the other
Tesla, who
ones?
has a 50% one.
Wait, man, I group Tesla with Napoleon a lot because they're, I don't know, they feel the same to me.
No.
They're,
One of them has like
I mean,
a lot more effects than the other.
they're fairly similar. It's just one has anti-lawful, one
They
has
both have
divine.
ignore invincibility, and that's the important.
Why
Why do they all have ignore invincibility?
I guess.
Wait, and Napoleon has ignored defense as well. Hold on a second.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes,
it's on
and
his
he's
NP. He was the
anti-divine.
first. He was the first servant to have ignore defense on an NP as a buff instead of it
You
just
have
being built in.
Tametomo 120s, but you don't
I'm
really
just-
like seeing it.
I'm just looking at it here, and I don't know. I think Napoleon might just be a better Tametomo.
Yeah, Napoleon
may-
has an
that may
NP
be-
upgrade. That's the big thing.
But
I
anyway,
guess.
speaking of NP upgrades,
Yeah, Amakusa Shirou. Yeah, so he has very strange hit counts because he has a 3-hit quick, he has a 2-hit arts, he has a 1-hit buster, and a 7-hit extra attack, which is kind of hilarious.
which used to be bugged because in one animation it was like 6 hits and the other was 7, and they had to like patch it or something to make sure it was always 7.
Was that when he got the animation update, or was it like hot fixed?
I think that was a hotfix.
Okay, good.
All I
'Cause
remember is like he's one of the few characters that had
should be years.
bugged hit counts.
That's fun.
But yeah, because of it, he has one of the best extra attacks in the game. He has an NP gain buff on one of his skills, so I think he actually does have the best extra attack in the game. Because like you're gonna get Stargin out of it, and then you get a lot of gain. Well, Gigglemesh has, I think he has an 8-hit extra. It's 7 or 8.
They've had to buff
but he
every
also
single
has
skill in this guy's kit to make him not garbage.
Low base gain.
Yeah, but his base gain is a lot lower. So, whereas Amakusa, it's like, hold on, 0.86 times 7. That's already 6. So it's I think Steno's is like 6.7, around there. It's like 6.76, I think. But this, like, when you include the NP buff, the NP gain buff from his, I don't know, I think it's his first skill. It's 7.8%, which is a lot. So, attack stat kinda meh. Like, it's 10.9. It's not the lowest, but
he's a ruler, so he gets 1.1.
Yeah, he gets the 10% modifier, so it helps. His gains are alright. Like, he's got 1.72% arts cards. It's pretty standard. His first skill, it's 10 stars per turn, 30% NP generation for 3 turns, and then
buffed from his original skill of 9 stars per turn.
Yeah, I mean, it's a decent skill now. It's targetable. I like that it's targetable. So, like, you could use it on an ally because, as we'll soon see, he doesn't need too much help getting his NP, because he has a 20% battery with a 5-turn 20% regen. So he uses it once.
20% regen is nice.
Yeah, it's a lot of charge.
I mean, it's 8-turn cooldown, but yeah, it is pretty good. 5 turns.
Yeah,
it has 2 turns downtime on the first cycle. If you're using him with Vitch, a single Vitch brings it to 0 turn downtime.
Buster res 20%. 5 turns. Oh, that's not bad.
Yeah, and he has. He reduces one enemy's charge by 1. He reduces all enemies' Buster resistance by 20% for 5 turns. And then, charge.
Maybe they could have pushed it to 7 turns, but I do feel like they're a bit scared of like 20%.
Well, it was originally a 10-turn cooldown, and they reduced it to 8.
Yeah.
It's kind of like, didn't they do the same for Arjuna? Or no?
Arjuna, they gave him, like, he has 10% charge per turn.
Oh, okay.
For 5 turns. They also reduced his cooldown. Yeah. Because his cooldown was pretty nasty, but then reduced it to 8.
Like 11 or something. Was it? No, maybe I'm wrong. Whatever. Third skill.
Well, then his third skill, it's a bound. He binds one servant.
It's not
for
a
1
stun.
turn.
It's a bind.
Yeah,
They're
it
different.
functions like a stun. But what
Unless
it means
you're
is...
using Kashin Koji.
Yeah, if you're using Kashin Koji, he has some synergy
God.
with her.
Let's go.
Because that enables her super effective. That's on her NP that already binds the enemy.
That's what we're waiting for. Let's go.
His skill is fine. It's a 30% buster up, basically.
Yeah, and 30%
really
buster
is.
for 3 turns. Yeah. In a boss fight, it's pretty nice. It's gonna.
He's definitely more
down.
focused for boss fights. His kit is all focused because it's stuff that happens over turns. It's resistance down, slow charge. He's got a stun. He's very much so not farming oriented.
Hope Jean gets a buff to this soon. Yeah, she needs that 30% buster buff too.
Oh my god.
Hey, she'd have a pretty hard-hitting buster card.
Sure has the defense top here.
He is anti-ruler though on his append, which as a ruler is not terrible.
Not bad, yeah.
I mean, well, you're still going to run into the issue of rulers aren't really that common. They're more common than most extra classes, but they're still
rulers are also not particularly good against rulers because you don't have the
Yeah, you lose your one advantage, which is being defensively advantaged everywhere. Yeah, you give up your advantage just so you can have that advantage against your opponent.
One arm big crunch.
Yep, and then he removes all enemy buffs before damage. He does damage and then he reduces their... Yeah, this is like the thing that everyone knows about him.
Yeah, this is his claim to fame.
30%
he was the
crit
first
down.
like buff strip, wasn't he?
Yeah,
For
before
aliens,
damage.
Yeah,
and full. Yeah.
It's crazy. But it still doesn't have like amazing effects despite it being upgraded.
Yeah.
Like realistically, like come on.
Yeah, all they did was increase
big crunchy.
Yeah,
the damage.
Basically.
Nothing else changed.
Like probably the crit chain stuff. So I think this character is still lacking in damage, and I understand why people would think he's good because we had this conversation already last year with Mist, and he thinks he's very good and it's justified, you know. But I think because of his lack of farming utility as well as not being really offensive.
What? What?
I think he's a 1. I think he's low.
Hold
2.
on.
He's a 2. Oh, he's a 2. I was gonna say he's a 2.
At least
he's like a low 2. He's not a 1. Here's the thing: is he has in boss fights utility that is useful, which is he has extended buffs. So if you're not like,
he is worse than Murasaki though, as a toolbox servant in my opinion. Like, come on.
Yes.
Murasaki is a top tier support.
He's not terrible.
Well,
though he's on the lower end of average because they've buffed him 4 times. Here's the thing: if we were talking about release Amakusa, he's down here, right? And then after like the MP buff and like
he left his wife. He left his wife after he got the MP buff. I'm too good for you, baby.
Oh, they were down here together. They can look at each other, and he's like, "I got a buff, bye."
Man, I miss my wife.
I gotta move to greener pastures. Oh my god.
Don't worry. If we end up with no one else in one, we can just move them both together into one, and they can stare at each other.
Oh, that is so sad.
No, they're both looking at us because we're intruding.
Can we not talk about Oberon? Let's put in 4 and just fucking.
Yeah, we don't need to talk about Oberon.
Let's skip Oberon. Like we already know.
Cares?
Like everyone knows.
Yeah, everybody knows what he fucking does. Nobody cares. All
right. People
just roll Oberon, you cowards.
Watchers, comment why you think he's +4.
Is there +5?
No, there's
if there was
+5.
If there was a +5, I don't know if I'd give it to him. Because like he's good for sure. But like I feel like there's a bunch of other supports that deserve +5 more than he does.
Someone asked, what are the +1 to +4 relative to? Here's the thing: is that we're removing the preconceived notions of the middle ranking, meaning they're bad. See, people see C rank and they're like, "Oh, this means they're bad." It doesn't. It means they're middle of the road.
But by
renaming it to
plus, they think it's fine. Yeah.
Yeah. So by renaming the average to something that's not C, then it suddenly goes like, "Oh, that's just the average. They're okay. They're
I'm
not
gonna be
bad."
honest. 2 still sounds pretty small.
No, see, 2 was fine until you.
Otto's
see
like, 2 is small, but 4 is big, and that's what I tell women.
Yeah, 4 feet. That's how tall I am.
Anyway, the point is I hate the preconceived. I hate tier lists that use A, B, C, and S because everyone already has in their minds that
before we
everything
move,
ends up in B and A rank.
You explain this every tier list.
Something in the average. I know, but like I just hate. Hate
actually, before we move on with that, I actually found out recently that apparently I am 6 feet tall because my brother is 5'11", and I'm slightly taller than him. So, I have graduated. I have graduated beyond all of you, you plebeians, you 5'7" manlets.
Jesus.
5'7" is not a manlet. 5'4" is a manlet. But yeah, I am Mr. Tall Man. Anyways,
NP upgrade for Oberon, slap a remove enemy buff for 4 damage. He already does. He does offensive buff removal. Just nobody fucking remembers because
Oberon is okay as a DPS if you want to use him as a DPS, as a pretender DPS, but the problem is that you're not going to use him for a DPS. You're going to just use him to enable someone else, let's be honest. But also, no, you don't want Pierce Symbol on himself because sometimes it's useful to use MP to put someone to sleep. And Pierce Symbol would break it.
There's the very cool like prison tower solo where he uses Honey Lake. So what he can do is he can force to solo someone because he puts the other two to sleep.
Oh, that's kind of neat.
Because and then the one that is awake only has one action, so it's kind of like sleep hack, sleep spam. But I don't know.
A sleep hack. That just sounds like some secret to like getting a good night's rest.
Yeah,
True.
sleep hack.
Something I don't
Anyway,
have.
speaking of sleep hacking,
I went to sleep in the morning
Artoria
today.
Lancer.
Yeah, let's talk about another Artoria.
Speaking of
falling
mediocrity,
asleep after reading their kit.
Well,
speaking of wanting to be put in a coma,
one good thing is her gains are pretty solid. Like she's got she's got a Buster quick
a
deck.
good thing.
Her quick cards are like 3.3%. She's got over a 2% arts card, so it's pretty good gains on the deck.
I mean, a mighty chain with her does refund quite a bit. So I mean, like it's not.
Yeah.
And she
So-
actually does refund.
Yeah, and then she has a Mana Burst skill, which didn't get the same kind of buff as the other Artoria, because it's still one turn, so that it has in common. But instead of adding NP damage in a card swap, it's anti-chaotic damage and anti-evil damage. So she does good damage against chaotic evil enemies. Aside from that, it's still not really that great a damage because she just doesn't have very many buffs, and she is
Unless you're
unupgraded
fighting
NP.
chaotic evil, there's a million better AoE Buster Lancer. And by
Yeah.
a million, I mean 3.
Yeah,
When you're
she's got-
fighting chaotic evil,
she's
there's a
got-
million better options.
True,
Yeah,
also,
chaotic
when you fight
evil-
Chaotic evil.
There's a lot of options for that. Like,
Dude, Toliko, Arcawade,
You don't even chaotic evil. Usually the evil part there, you're just like, I'm just bringing Tonalico instead. Chaotic, you just bring Arc.
Yeah.
Like, it's like, yeah, there's so many better AoE Buster options.
yeah. Well, Artoria is single target, so it wouldn't be.
Yeah, we're talking
I wouldn't
AoEs.
use her in comparison, but like sometimes it's more worth it because you might still win faster. Because okay, yay, another charisma B.
Oh, Charisma B, my favorite.
18% AOE. Yay.
Fun fact: there are 5 unbuffed Charisma Bs.
Yep. It's so much bees.
Apparently the
Rama,
saber,
Penth,
the
and
Artorias are not very charismatic according to the game. It's kind of Ooh, 50 battery.
and
Let's
third
go.
skill is
Buff
and
cleanse. That's
debuff
pretty good.
cleanse. Like it's fine. It's fine. She's anti-ruler, which kind of sucks. And she has like the worst.
The ruler
passive.
one's better.
This is what I'm talking about.
There's so much bees. Why is that a
Oh.
gif? What?
I've seen the
I love that gif. It's just such a nonsensical edit of that scene. It's great. Then our third skill is 50% battery and debuff removal. Just it's like, I mean, it's a 50% battery. I won't knock a 50% battery, but it's
and
it's
debuff
a bit of-
cleanse. Full debuff
And
cleanse.
then
Also
her
like
Yeah.
unupgraded NP.
So she has like a little utility at least. Then the upgraded NP, not upgraded NP.
No, it's not upgraded.
It's better than
It's-
the other Artorias. It is.
Is it?
It has Pierce Invuln.
Yeah, it has one more effect than the other Artoria.
Yeah, and then
I
it's
guess.
20 to 60% charge.
But it's unupgraded, so is it though?
Yeah, I mean, like, it's better in that there's more effects. It's not better in that it does more damage.
Oh my god,
I
dude.
think that Lancer Artoria is a kind of bad. Like,
Yeah, I
she's
don't know,
below
man.
average. Like,
I imagine if she wasn't fighting chaotic evil, she'd easily be.
she's really bad when not fighting chaotic evil, and mediocre when fighting chaotic evil.
If she's not fighting chaotic evil, I think she's like Semiramis.
Because
I like Semiramis more as for her kid, you know.
when she came out, because Camelot happened and then Babylonia came out, there were 2 AoE Buster Lancers, and she was the favored one. Unfortunately, the other one is a Rin face and has gotten 1,000,000 buffs and is now drastically better.
And she used to be able to do this weird like double wave or whatever the fuck looping comp.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it was something similar to what
really bad.
Artoria already did.
Yeah, but
what is it?
because she had the 50 battery
with 2 waivers, a 50% battery, and then you swap in like Rhinus or Scotty or something or whatever it was, and
it's
she
pretty
could
fucking bad. So, but like that was something she could talk about. But now, say everybody can bust a loop, so no one can. No, that makes sense.
So but, anyway, we're putting her in 1, right?
Yeah, I think she's a 1.
Question: is she able to Black Grail with double Oberon?
Probably. We were pretty sad if she can't.
I've never.
Let me think of it. I mean, okay, so you start with 70. You do double Oberon.
She can do Rising Mud Rain double Vitro.
Oh right. Oh right.
I mean,
like she does. Her third skill's 1 turn too long to cooldown.
Just saber. Is it? Just use a. Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah, it needs to be 5. It needs to be 5 because now with append 5, then it will be 4. Yeah, it needs to be 5.
She's only 10% away from Black Grail. That's all.
Yeah, it's pretty. I mean, bro, I don't know what the fuck this
Rising Mud Rain moment.
Oh, I don't know what this thing's supposed to do, bro. This is like a 1.
Oh, there's so much bees again.
I think, man,
the bees.
Is she really better than Semiramis?
I don't. I feel like Semiramis might be better than her because Semiramis has an upgraded MP and utility that's. Really
that's my question. Yeah, is she actually better than Semiramis? I just like maybe when she's fighting chaotic evil, but I don't see it when she's not fighting chaotic evil. I don't think.
Maybe we can just stick them both down here and just come back to it later. Just say they're both garbage right now and just talk about it later.
Yeah.
And talk about a good sermon now.
Yeah, I follow a different Lion King now. All right, get out of my face. Go.
Okay, and then we all know Gigglemesh. Gilgamesh. So 12.2k attack, so it's like above average, but he's an archer, so it drags it down. And then like he's got really high hit counts. It's kind of funny.
Which was funny because he was an early servant. He was like the early servant with like the most hit counts.
Yeah. So I did the math in my head, and I'm gonna have to do it again. But it was really funny looking at him contrasted with Saber. Like the most hits you can have in a Brave Chain with Saber is like it's like 8 or 9, and that's if you're up against 3 enemies. Whereas with him, it's like the least you can do is like 17.
Yeah. Well, he's pretty nuts.
Yeah. But yeah, his gain stats are good. Like high hit counts. If you got class score on him, he's always going to be making a ton of stars. Then his first skill is team-wide 21% attack. He's so special.
People like him a lot.
Just with that, it's already better than the other charisma skills that we've seen.
He's 3% superior.
Yeah, 3% more.
It's only
and then
I guess it's partyoid.
But then it's also 20% Sky
Oh no,
Servant
it's
NP damage.
Stupid. I thought it was fucking anti-Sky P mod. Well, never mind. Ignore me.
Yeah, so he gets an NP damage buff of 20%, and then he
It's
gets
a pretty
20
good
stars.
support effect. If you
Yeah.
if you pair him with a Sky at I could see multi-core for sure if you pair him with Sky.
Yeah. Yeah, there's
attribute.
you can do a multi-core setup with like him and double Tez, and it works because their Sky attribute, and then you can use. The funny thing is with that setup, you use Anti-Blonde, so he gets the
Also
double
give him
attack.
guts.
And it works because he's also Buster, and Anti-Blonde is 60% Buster. So
Yeah, that's pretty good.
it's a pretty funny setup. But my Gilgamesh is scuffed because I'm saving his third skill for his interlude.
Oh yeah, you're saving the fucking dragon.
Yeah, dude, it's great. It's good
Second
content.
skill?
Whenever I
Second
actually
skill?
do content. Then 50% NP gen for 3 turns out of 6.
Well, okay. Well, this is getting buffed for sure. I mean, it's not even bad, but
yeah,
it's kind of bad. Should've been
yeah. A lot of people
Okay.
hate this effect. I think this is okay. Like, it pushes his NP gain to be
It's
really
50%.
high. Yeah, 50%
Yeah, it's
is a big
50%.
number.
50% is really fucking high. Yeah.
I
Sure,
mean,
it's
people-
only one thing, but it's still like pretty impactful.
It's the highest NP gain buff you get for the longest duration you get. Like, what other
Yeah.
50% NP gain buffs are there that are 3 turns? Like, there's
Well,
not a
actually,
lot.
there's one servant with a better one. Leonidas has a 3-turn 100% increase.
Oh well,
Okay, well,
true.
Congrats.
But
You know
it's
what?
effectively only
Leonidas is
2.
better than Gilgamesh. Let's be honest. Yeah.
I
Well-
mean, Gilgamesh cannot beat Leonidas though, because he just spam his MP, and he gets 100%.
Yeah,
MP
he's a
every turn.
Lancer, too.
Yeah, so he just takes 0 damage. Is Leonidas actually cannot be beat by Gilgamesh? I'm pretty sure whenever there was
Yeah.
a Gilgamesh boss fight, Leonidas would just solo him.
Well,
Yeah,
it's
because
like
he has so
a
many
given.
hits on his cards.
Yeah,
Well-
it's a given. Yeah, every time he's just gonna get full.
Well,
overcharge.
unfortunately, the one from Nero Fest all those years ago, unfortunately, he got a bunch of attack buffs. Like, every
Oh,
turn he
yeah,
got
so
an
it's
attack
a little
buff.
bit. True.
I don't know. I wish I thought to do this back then, but I'm not sure if you could like remove individual attack buffs there and not get penalized, because whenever you remove all his attack buffs on that fight,
Guess
he
true,
charges
probably.
his NP and he immediately
Yeah.
nukes you. It's kind of funny, but
Yeah.
but yeah, I'm not sure because like we didn't have things like offensive buff removal specifically back then. We had
Yeah, what was
buff
the
removal,
code
but
for that.
yeah, didn't have command codes. Then we've got his third skill, which used to just be an absorb skill, which is kind of hilarious because he's an archer. Like, you already weren't making stars back then, and he was already absorbing them. But now he has a 30% NP charge, which is
Yeah, not bad.
pretty low cooldown. Like, yeah, it's good for Buster looping, which is one of his strong points for sure.
Because of his MP.
Yeah, his NP is stupid. So it's 30% NP damage before he attacks, which is a pretty chunky number. It's only 1 turn, which is good because holy shit, if it was 3 turns, it would be so fucking dumb. And then he does bonus damage to basically all servants. There's a few exceptions.
There have been more.
Oh, yeah,
though.
there's-
I feel like a
there's a
lot of
decent
recent ones they've made.
Yeah, it's like
Yeah, look at that.
like
Oh my god, that
35.
bitch is here.
Yeah, 35, but like, okay, he's still doing bonus to like 370 servants. Like, that's still really good.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's an okay effect. Let's be honest. You know, it's middle of the road.
Yeah,
I mean,
mid.
once again,
more
we
like
talked
Gilga
about-
mid.
I mean, Gilgamesh has always been the like upper echelon, considered the upper echelons of all SSRs, and that
Nice.
MP for sure is,
Yeah,
the best.
he's.
But I don't think he's a 4 anymore.
No, I think he's.
Oh,
not.
yeah,
I'm gonna
I don't
I'm gonna
think
spill a
he's a 4.
secret. I have Gilgamesh on NA and JP. I have intentionally and willingly never taken him into battle once.
Wow, that
Same as
sounds like you're
Hercules.
just biased.
I refuse to use these two characters.
No, you also refuse to use Arjuna Altar.
I do also refuse to use Arjuna Altar, but I don't don't have Arjuna Altar on JP.
No, for
but
top three. I don't even think he's better than Ibuki, bro.
I don't think he's better than
Oh,
Ibuki.
someone's gonna kill me for that.
Yeah,
but
I mean,
I refuse to use him.
he has single target damage MP basically, though. I guess I don't know.
Yeah,
no, it's not single target damage because it's only 150%. So
yeah,
well, I
just
mean,
infantry.
yeah, but he does so much, he might as well be single target.
It's
but
upgraded, and yeah.
so basically, his thing is he is extremely good for like NP damage, and he's good at spamming his NP. But
never
his
mind,
problem is he has no utility whatsoever. He has no defense. He has no utility.
Where's his clear of the Lost Spell 6 Recollection plus against Bargist?
I mean, okay, if you're brute force Buster looping, he's still one of the best. Because like if you look at like brute force Buster looping, most wave 3s are servants, and then he would still just like fuck them up. But definitely, like there are not that many servants in boss fights. Like how Ryou said, Bargest is not a servant. Like that's the same issue with Draco. There are actually not everything is a servant. Not everything is a servant anymore in this game. So
yeah, that's the biggest weakness is things that specify servant. It's like that's like the main weakness of Musashi Berserker's NP is its same for servants.
Yeah, but Musashi, but I think Gilgamesh when not hitting weak to Enuma Elish, when not hitting weak to Enuma Elish is way more underwhelming than like Musashi when she's not hitting.
Yeah.
Where the fuck? So it's just. I think he's just kind of lives or dies on his MP, which is fine, right? Like he has just insane MP damage, so it depends on how you like to play the game, right? Like if you just need to, if you can get away with just using a standard Buster looping comp, he's top tier for sure. But if you need some more stuff, maybe he won't have all the stuff.
What?
That's what I'm trying to say.
What the fuck?
Same with Tezza and Raikou. Yes, but Tezza and Raikou's
jump
skills
scared
are
by
better.
Riku.
And
Sorry, I was looking at a
Raikou's
Riku run earlier and I forgot that I had the tab open and I accidentally switched to it.
Yeah, like Tesla's actually a great comparison because people really like comparing him with Tesla. Maybe we should do him next. But like Tesla has like better skills in general, right? But he has like worse coverage than Gil. So it's just like Gil's MP is just an unbeatable thing in my opinion. But other than that, so it really depends on how you play. Once again, I keep repeating myself. I apologize. But yeah. Also, yeah, Raikou is a berserker. Berserkers are stupid. Anyways. What's next?
Do you want to do that one next?
Yeah, they're not that bad, but they're not amazing either. So he's like all in on MP.
Okay, I guess we're.
No. I want some. I purposely made some good characters in the latter half, so it's not just like all the good characters in the first half and then all the bad ones in the second.
No,
so
all
that's
the
why
bad ones
some
are
of
in the
these
first
other
half.
ones are like in the bottom half here. Like you see, I've interspersed them.
Was Gigglemesh MP effective against some star traits? I mean, it was never like against servants of like Earth, Man, and Sky. It was specifically against people that don't have nullification of Enuma Elish. That's a specific trait, which is really funny. There's a specific trait tied to if you die to Gilgamesh. But like yeah, it was just like people thought it was all-star servants because it was kind of all-star servants, but that was never the case realistically. So yeah, it's random. I mean, I still think it completely makes zero sense. Oh yeah, it also doesn't apply to non-servants. Yeah, so anyways, yeah.
All right.
Like
well, up next,
it's the same weakness.
Up next is Kingprotea.
Ooh.
So her arts cards are actually pretty pretty decent from what I remember, but I think that's because, okay, yeah, she has
Nah.
territory creation, which helps.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
And yeah, Buster Arts deck, and she also has a 6-hit extra attack. It's kind of, it's slightly off standard. It's good. Then her first skill is really goofy. It used to just be like, yeah, it used to be like every turn you get 3,000 HP. It's on a 10-turn cooldown, and then you can't stack it. Then they changed it, so now it's 4,000 HP, and she also gets 8% NP damage resistance every turn, so
She's
it makes it
still
80.
the only character in the game with a damage
Special
resistance.
Yeah.
Special damage resistance.
Yep.
And so it goes up to 80% MP damage resistance, by the way.
Yep.
Yes,
Yeah, I said that while you were interrupting me.
Wow.
She
And then
takes more damage from crits than MPs at some point.
Yeah, that's her biggest weakness is getting crit.
Yeah.
Oh my god, do you remember Plushie, do you remember that part during the tier list last year where people were like, I got one guide and everyone was gaslighting me into thinking I was just like not talking to anyone at all? Because someone in chat said something about like, oh yeah, well, she's really tanky until she dies to one crit. And it's like, dude, like, if you're worried about crit damage, this is like one of the few servants that you're not going to have to worry about that
with.
with.
She has like 60,000 HP or some shit.
Yeah. And I had to like I had to crawl through that chat and like pin a response just so people would realize that I'm not psychotic.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, dude.
But I don't know why they buffed this for a second. I don't think she needs this.
Well, because her biggest weakness.
Oh yeah, and by the way,
removal.
the other buff, because they buffed it again quite recently, they gave it 100% buff removal resistance for one time 10 turns. It's kind of funny. It's one time 10 turns, but it makes sense. And then also 30% NP charge and reduced its cooldown down to 6 turns.
It's so fucking stupid, dude.
It's honestly like really smart. It's a really good buff to her second skill, because her second skill,
she still removes it.
Yeah.
With the
Yeah, but like the second skill is on a 5-turn cooldown. It reduces all of her cooldowns by 1, but it removes all her growth.
You can
and
immediately
gives her
start
charge for
growing again.
Yeah, you can immediately do
Yeah.
it again.
Yeah,
Because
it
it's
used
cooldown
to.
reduction and
Yeah, you used to never want to use this skill until you're like all the way up, and then you lose all your HP, and then you want to restart. But now that this is on a low cooldown, you can like use it up to like 4 turns, and then you pop her second skill, and then you can pop it again. It
does give her a second mode of play where instead of building up for big MP damage resistance, you just treat it like it's a permanent 4K HP regen every turn, and you just keep going.
It's just like a heal. Yeah, it would just keep going. Yeah. This is like I soloed Big Kiara with this buff on. Like Big Kiara uses her MP actually quite often because she has a lot of self charge, like RNG obviously, but like she could keep up with the buff removal. Like she could block it most of the times. With this skill 1, it is very the cooldown is extremely short when combined with skill 2, so she could constantly have a buff removal up.
Yep, because it's up every 5 turns.
Not scared of buff removal anymore.
Yeah.
So she went from a character that is very scared of buff removal because everything she's built up could just get wiped immediately, to a character that actually counters buff removal. So it's kind of dumb. So yeah, there you go.
And the neat thing is her second skill, which removes all the huge skill buffs, including the buff removal resistance. It lowers the cooldown, but it charges by 20% per stack. Well, at 5 turns, which is when it comes back up, that makes it 100%. So it's 100% battery every 5 turns, right?
Yeah. The buff was basically, yeah, exactly. The buff was like a huge fix, and they added the battery. I don't know why the fuck they added the battery, but sure, dude.
just to make it so that she only needed 150% charger to get to 100 from turn 1.
She's still 10% off from BG looping, right?
No.
I think
Without
she's
Kuro.
able to with double. I think with double
With
Oberon,
double
she's
Oberon.
able to.
Yeah.
And like with once you're at, if you're able to shoehorn in Black Grail, then double Oberon is kind of worth it, in my opinion.
Mhm.
But then like, I feel like part of the positive of being able to Black Grail loop is just the fact that you can use whatever craft essence you want. So
Yeah.
then when you're taking off Black Grail, it's not as valuable because you're doing a lot less damage.
They made sure that she was 10% MP off from being able to Black Grail loop with double Vich Oberon, so Tiamat doesn't die in a ditch. Like, that's genuinely what they did.
She could
like-
use Black Grail. She would just be better than Tiamat.
Kind of, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, Tiamat still
okay.
has 30% Buster ramp, but
Okay,
I'm not
but-
sure about that 100%.
But hear me out. Habitrot with Camelon.
Oh my, you don't even, oh, yeah, true, because she, okay, whatever. Anyways, skill 3.
Yeah, that's always so funny when people actually recommend that, because it's like, at that point, can't you just like use Habitrot to clear the first wave? Like,
Yeah.
like why even like try so hard?
Yeah.
But anyways, your third skill is it used to be Monster Strength, which is 40% attack for 3 turns. It's pretty good.
It's already really good, actually. What the fuck?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, it was already actually the best monstrous strength in the game because all the others are like 1 turn. Like if you go to monster strength, A+ is 50% for 1 turn.
Well.
Every other 40% one, like rank B is 40%
Yeah.
for 2 turns.
Oop.
You know, like they're all just not as good. It was already the best monstrous strength.
Yeah. And then
Of
it
course,
went up
you-
to Giant Monster of the Great River B. It got downgraded in
Lost Belt
ways.
7 buff.
Yeah, but it kept everything the same except now every time, like every stack of growth gives you an additional 10% to your NP damage modifier.
Oh, if you grow to
Here.
10, it's
I said that
100.
really weird. So it gives you an NP damage buff that scales with every growth stack you have. So 10% for everyone. So every turn it's 10%
How much
more.
you can get with Buster looping?
Already mentioned it earlier.
Does
With
she-
Buster
no,
looping,
I mean-
she actually doesn't get any because
Yeah,
she.
if
she
you're
has to remove it all.
sacrificing it for a
It's also
charge.
skill too.
Yeah,
true.
but when you're doing that, then you actually have to. You could actually make do with Black Grail, which is better than what you could get there. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
And she's
But-
still
Yeah, it's a good buff. I like using her for kind of drawn out fights. I mean that's kind of what she's
yeah,
there for.
she's just so hard to kill.
She's an alternative. She's one of those characters that is an alternative play style type character.
Habertrot also is a big buff for her, I think, because like it
Because
protects
it gives her
her
like
for
5
turns.
turns to like ramp up.
Yeah,
I feel like most of the time it's just gonna be overkill though. Like if you're not taking enough damage that you need that. I mean, I guess like in a solo it's gonna be a bit different.
yeah,
but,
yeah. In the solo, that's what
like
I
a
mean.
solo synergy, yeah.
yeah.
That's what I mean by it.
Well, I mean,
'Cause, like,
in that case, Habitrot's a buff for most servants. Let's be honest.
No,
For
yeah,
most
it's
KP
females.
is-
I remember when I was like, I tried to run in Prison Tower, and I tried to do as little damage as possible for the first 10 turns, and stayed on Phantom, and then I started the fight with 10 stacks, and I just couldn't lose anymore. It is very funny, and that was even before the skill 1 buff. For the second time, so now she's not even scared of Amakusa. I mean, she would just kill Amakusa before she gets
Yeah,
to MP anyways. But yeah.
She does end up with 57,000 HP at max, so I mean,
Yeah,
Oh yeah, she also
is-
has like buff removal resistance. So
yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
yeah.
So
Okay,
now
well.
she's not even scared of Amakusa. It is really funny. She just reaches a point where you can't really touch her anymore. You have to like wear her down. This is the only character where you actually feel like you're playing as like a raid boss.
Well, yeah, if you don't bring Honey Lake to that quest, then Fergus can actually fuck you up a little bit.
Yeah, triple buster.
But I know you
And
guys don't worry about. I know you guys don't have to worry about Fergus usually because you're always spamming Honey Lake, which is.
No. Oh yeah, true. He could spam evade. No, I definitely ran into that because I think I did like a no CE Cuckoo run against him.
She had sure hit.
There's
true. Never mind. Then no, it wasn't Cuckoo. It was someone else that I was using BG with. I forgot who it was. Alice? Might be Alice. I don't fucking remember. But Alice just fucking stunlocks him anyway. It doesn't matter. Anyways, whatever.
It's still pretty fun. It's still funny to me. I forgot about it, but yeah, Shooting actually did that too. She's just such a weird servant to use there, but you did it.
Oops, why did
Who, Alice?
Shooting. She actually.
Oh, Shooting.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's cool.
Shooting.
But yeah, and her NP.
And then the NP is if she has growth, she gets 20% Buster before damage. Regardless, she gets 20% to 60% Buster before damage. She just gets an additional one if she has growth active.
The MP itself is honestly pretty plain, but I mean
Yeah.
40% Buster up.
Yeah, it's 40% Buster up for turn.
Yeah, 40% Buster up is 40% Buster.
Unrelated, but do you notice that the wiki for some reason gives her the Lost Belt 7 background?
Yeah, they changed it because of Lost Belt 7. She shows up in
She's a Lost Belt 7 server now because she's in the Bean set.
That is where her main character is.
Yeah.
She was just like a side thing in CCC rerun, and though I will say that a lot of her KP Alter's a different character entirely, I guess.
Yeah.
They do treat him as separate in a way.
I mean, KP is really good for. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but like.
Oh no, bad.
KP is really good for like really fun for alternative playstyles, but at the same time, she is still a bit slow. A lot faster though now with the skill 1 being 6-turn cooldown, or I should say, a lot more flexible. I still wouldn't put her in a 4, but
I wouldn't either. I'd say
yeah.
Like I definitely think because she's not. You don't really use her for farming.
Yeah, she's not a conventionally applicable buster.
She's extremely good at what she does, but what she does is not something people are looking for all the time. I will say though, the art for her costume, the second costume 2, is I think one of the best FAs in the game. I'm just saying.
I also think her Bond CE is really good, but I think her Bond CE is
that one.
I think her Bond CE is a missed opportunity.
Look at that. Costume 2 art is like one of the best FAs in the game.
Do you know what I think her Bond CE should be?
What?
She can now go to 20.
Yeah, let's just go up to 20 stats.
No.
I mean, it's not practical, but like I mean,
no. Here's a better one. 100% guts.
Oh my
god. You know what? That would have been really funny.
60,000 HP proc.
Yeah.
Her Bond CE isn't terrible. Like if someone wants to use her for the grand system,
it's quick down on party, which is doesn't matter. Yeah,
but you're not using her quick cards very much.
Yeah,
it's just kind of funny. Yeah, attacking Buster. Yeah, it's actually a lot more than you'd usually get because usually if you have like team demerits, it's also team positives, but it's self-positives, so they scale.
Another thing that they future-proofed is they didn't make growth be a percentage.
Are you talking through a tube now?
No, I'm just far away. So another thing that they probably they're better off doing. They were like a good thing they didn't do, I should say, is make the growth stack with percentage of her max HP. Because then the 120s, and then you could bring
ideal holy kings, and then she'd have like 10,000 HP or some shit. Not 10,000, 100.
Have you ever tried doing level 1 solos with her? There's some
No.
stuff she can solo at level 1 because she still gets a shit ton of health even if she's at level 1.
That's so funny. Yeah, true, because you get 4,000 every turn.
Yeah, imagine if
Doesn't she still get 40,000?
Was
Yeah.
if they wanted to
He still has
her,
40,000 HP.
Yeah, I have a friend who
If they
has a level
changed it
1
to a-
copy because he 120'd her.
That's
So-
so funny. Ryou, you
if
should
they
do that.
changed it to a percentage, where it was like to make it scale the same, so like 4,000 at a
At level
normal
90.
copy with
Yeah.
at level 90, it would need to be like 30% of base HP every turn, right?
Oh, fuck,
So
that sounds
it would be, so that'd be 30%, but
200%. So times 4.
oh wait, no, it would be, I was calculating based on the attack. Whoops, not the. No, it would be still about 30%.
So
But that's
you'd
without
be
foes.
maybe
Maybe
quadruple the max HP basically, because it would be 300%, so it'd be times 4. Right?
Let me see here, actually. What is... Oh, yeah, no, it would be... So her base HP with foes is 14,338. 30% of that is 4,300. So yeah, you just say 30%. But her Grailed 2k HP is 19,173. And 30% of that is...
Yeah.
5,751, so 10 stacks of that would be an additional 57,000 HP instead, and put her
you'd be at
HP to 77,000 HP,
Yeah.
which would be a funny buff. Oops, I've scrolled.
I don't think they're gonna do it, but yeah, that's fine.
They wouldn't do that, no. But yeah, where do you think?
I think she's a 3, even though I feel like a lot of people wouldn't use her as much
I
as
feel
the
like
other 3s. Because
Yeah,
like Gigglemesh would be very used as a 3, right? People would just fucking spam his like Buster Loop, whatever, then everything. And KP is not gonna be used in like farming content almost.
It's kind of like the
I mean, she
same
can
argument
be, though.
of like
Yeah, she
Balbon
can.
Pretender and Bargist, is both of those characters are extremely good at doing what they do, but they don't excel at like standard farming.
Yeah.
And stuff like that, but they have a thing that they do so well that you sometimes just play around that instead. But it
Yeah.
does require you to play
Hard to rank.
differently.
Yeah, she's fun. Just for the cool factor, I definitely, and of course the power
Yeah.
level is high, so I'd put her in a 3.
They have increased her power level. Is her outfit down here? Can I grab that instead and put it on the list?
What's the difference?
Oh.
Okay.
I don't think it's on here though. What was Lost Belt
Alter
7
ego.
character?
I mean, alter ego can be good or bad. Alter ego. Well, back in the day,
No, it's not
I
that.
actually heard a good argument. Is like alter ego cannot be counterclass unless you're Kama, but then of course pretenders happen. So yeah.
Yeah.
Whoopsie.
And Space Eresh. So
Yeah.
not true anymore, but still. But damn, when did they made her fucking ruler? It's just stupid.
AP is a ruler.
KP is a
I
ruler
actually-
against a night class. How the fuck do you kill that thing?
I do hope that if they ever make a second KP, one, it's KP Alter, but I hope that it has an adapted huge scale still. I think that if they ever made an alternate version or a second version, she has to still have huge scale because that's like her iconic ability,
Huge scale attack. She gains 4,000 base attack every time. Wait, no.
Oh no!
Oh no! Berserker gains 4,000 base attack every turn.
Actually, no. If they did do a KP,
over,
I feel
bro.
like they would do the tiny KP, like the inner world KP or something like that. That's normal sized, and they
Mm.
wouldn't have huge scale.
Oh yeah.
I do
Reverse
want
scale,
KP
so
all-
she shrinks. Usually for FGO, I feel like that would be more broken. No, like if she starts big and then she slowly shrinks, that's probably more broken than the other way around. Because you could just finish the fight in 3 turns and just get over it. Like she would
Yeah.
she would effectively be unkillable.
and then before you
like
get to kill her,
a
you
passive where she starts out at like 60,000 HP and she loses max HP every turn.
I mean, if she has enough offense, that's pretty dumb because it's always better to like, it's always worse to have to like accumulate stuff rather than you start with it and you lose it in this kind of game, I feel. But yeah. Anyways, Otto, you haven't been talking. I apologize.
No, it's fine. Yeah, keep talking. Yeah, I'm doing a thing right quick. I just realized there's an emote we don't have that we need to have. It'll only take another minute.
I do think we all agree on 3 though, right? KP.
Give us KP Alter. Give us a summer KP. They should have given us for this last summer Passion Lip and summer KP.
No. Maybe Passion Lip. All right, BB Summer 1. We already did BB Summer 2.
Where did we put BB Summer 2? We put it at the very top. I don't think BB Summer 1 is at the very top.
And BB Summer 1 is still controversial.
Hold on.
I think she's a lot better than she was, but like a lot of like obviously a Pen 5. I mean, we can like blow through her kit because like this is getting late now for you guys. It's like almost 9 for me.
Okay, okay. I was just adding an emote for chat.
Okay. But yeah, like a lot of what people like about BB Summer kind of comes with CL.
Wait, hold on.
So I'm not 100% certain. I mean, she's still really good without CL as a DPS.
Yeah, because they buffed her. Her first skill buff was actually really good. At least once we got a Pen 5. So the thing is until a Pen 5, she I would say she was not really easy to use because of that 7-turn cooldown. But after we got a Pen 5, I think she becomes much easier to use. And with that buffed first skill, which is really strong.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, are we? Yeah, we're not on.
Yeah, we're fine
on my screen. Okay.
Chaotic Evil.
Yeah. Yeah.
She's good. She has a good crit DPS because she can lock her cards.
Yeah, I think locking our cards is. Are you okay, Oda?
Yes. Okay. It's working now. Sorry. Yeah. So yeah, Chaotic Evil, AOE Buster, Moon Cancer. She's got good gains.
Existence outside the domain.
Yeah, existence outside the domain. BB Bless. Yeah, pretty great. So her first skill is 50% crit for 3 turns, as well as absorb for 3 turns, and 30% attack. And she has a buff where every time she does an extra attack, she gets 20 stars. So if she does a Brave Chain, she makes like at least 30.
Yeah, and this is a 5-turn cooldown. This is a better version of like just Jolter skill 1, right? Kinda. It's a little bit better.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I forgot to mention
really easy to double stack.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I forgot to mention also that she has very good hit counts. She has one of those really weird Buster cards where it has such high hit counts that in a Mighty Chain it actually gets a bit of charge. Like if it crits, it does 6%. It's 6% charge, which is a lot. But yeah, this is just a really good skill. Like it's literally waivers buffs for one servant, like 30% attack, 50% crit. She's divine, so she also has the damage plus. So yeah, it's basically waivers, third skill and first skill.
There's another nut skill if you look at the effect.
Yeah, it is. It's like, which is weird because people were like, "Oh, she's bad," and it's just like, I don't think she was bad before. I just think she got better with time.
Yeah. Because she couldn't stack this in Buster Looping, so her Buster Looping damage was bad before a Pen 5.
Yeah, right. So I mean, she could stack it, but you had to use Atlas for that, or use a cooldown reducer, which I guess got a little bit better when Summer Ibuki came out. I feel like Suzuka's probably better for that now, though. Well,
I mean, but she can't loop with that.
And,
she.
Yeah, I mean, Oberon would still be better than double casting this. Would it? Yes, of course. What am I talking about?
I'll say, some people like you don't see people use her much. I used her in the in my NA account to beat the Benny Enma fight because she has super high death resistance.
Oh, true. She wasn't meant to be a Buster Looper. Yeah, but now with a Pen 5, she can be.
But now she is.
And this skill with Oberon
Yeah.
is 50% MP damage up. Holy shit.
Yeah.
And you do it twice, so it becomes 200%.
So yeah, it's a 50% battery, a 3k heal, 20% buster buff for 3 turns, 50% NP damage buff for 3 turns, and a 1-time 3-turn evade. It's on a 7-turn cooldown though, so it didn't work up until recently. Now that we have 5th the pin, she can double cast it in standard double Vitch, which means...
So when you double stack your skill, she has 60% attack up, 40% buster, 100% MP damage.
Yeah, it's like she can't use BG, but she kind of has a BG anyway.
Oh yeah, I was doing the math the other day. If you do a setup where she has Super Black Grail, and you're doing like double Koyan, Oberon, and Chloe, you just perfectly hit 500% NP damage, which is the cap.
Oh my god, we hit cap. Let's go. She can hit cap and Buster Looping.
Yeah.
Oh man.
So it's some really good damage. Of course, it depends on the first wave being 3 enemies and stuff, but yeah.
Oh, because Kurohime, yeah, that's funny.
Arc might be better after a Pen 5. Someone said. I mean,
she can be
Arc's boring,
farming,
bro.
Yeah.
Arc's boring. She doesn't crit.
BB
Also,
outside of normal farming does have specific uses.
Also, Arc, the moon person does not have faceless moon. Look at skill 3.
I'll be honest, moon person sounds like a very derogatory term.
It sounds like you're saying a slur.
Yes,
These
I am.
moon people.
I am. I don't want to see another one of them. Anyway,
He hates the little men on the moon.
Yeah, I only like the cat moon person. Anyways,
Cat. Are you talking about Atalanta?
Neko. Anyways.
Oh, because Atalanta is a cat person that has moon trait.
Yep. So this is the real moon person here with the faceless moon. This is okay. So this skill, before CL existed, this definitely is kind of an overrated effect for a support. Right? Like.
Yeah. It got better recently because of CL. Because CL can lock your. She can switch all cards to herself. But I
think using her in CL to swap someone else in is kind of waste. But using it for CL is very good.
Oh, for CL, true. Yeah. So the problem with these,
or swapping her with CL, yes.
Yeah. The problem with these like card manipulation characters usually are like they don't have any party buffs. So that's why Ruler Artoria is so unique. Usually, if you're running this combo, this BBCL combo, you are missing out on 2 supports. You only get to run 1 meta support for your damage buff.
But it's fun if you have a hyper servant and then they can crit on like some 90++s. Like the 90++ that came out with CL was pretty great. I really should have made a video out of it because I had like 3 different hypers that were capable of BBCLing that. Saber Ibuki, and then Summer Ibuki, and Ushi goes and just stomps so fucking hard with it. Like, it's actually ridiculous because, like, Earth Berserkers, like, just shreds them.
Yeah, there are some characters where it does work out because if you can remove the RNG and always have their cards, and their steroids for their cards are strong enough,
like
you
Richard.
Can rely on it. Like, yeah,
I do really
so
like Richard with this.
I do think the biggest benefactors of that though are if you're using either CL or BB as the DPS themselves,
because then you can run 2 supports.
Then you can run
which
2
is
supports.
usually the standard. This is
But
really
there's
good.
there's also the funny comp of Doman Van Gogh BB, where you just you lock the hand at whatever one is appropriate, and you have a couple choices of when you get lock the hand.
Yeah, this also makes her a really good like DPS in certain TAs. I mean, the problem is still if someone dies, if like an esports support dies, this deactivates, right? So the deactivation obviously is a big like restriction, because if someone accidentally dies or you have to swap someone out, or you wanted someone to die, then this would not remain. But having the ability to constantly get your own Buster cards as a crit DPS is pretty dumb. Okay, it's pretty fun. I mean, it's RNG, but you can use like
dude.
I think Ruler Artoria is a good compensation. You can use her to improve your hand and then log it.
This skill is just so good for her, because like all you gotta do is just wait until you get 2 cards in your hand, which is always going to happen within 3 turns. You're always going to get at least 2 cards. And then you can just NP whatever Brave Chain, and you just keep going over and over again.
If they buffed Faceless Moon, to make it so you target a party member, it sets the deck
only locks
card,
their card.
locks it. No, it sets the deck to their hand.
No.
Well, BBCL decides to fly solo.
There's a problem with that though, and I think I remember we discussed. Well, if you don't have enough stars to like guarantee all the cards, then because that's one of the advantages of like her having like this absorb skill. Like this absorb skill, the absorb does nothing if she has all of her cards. Of course, it's not going to be as much of an issue because she
20 stars.
she makes a ton of stars though. Yeah, she makes at least 30 because of this skill.
I mean, there's another issue.
But still, you can have issues where you don't do enough. Oh yeah, 32. She has passed.
Yeah, you can't space your cards apart, right? Because like in farming comps with like BBCL, there's a big like, even if there's a like wave 1 is 2 low HP berserkers, you're forced to use your MP.
Yeah,
because you can't space them out.
So or you can use Domons and P.
Well, yeah, I mean, you don't always run Domon with that though. So like sometimes I feel like that's why I said Ruler Artoria is a good compensation, or like middle ground, not compensation, compromise. I don't know what I'm saying, but like Ruler Artoria. Huh?
What about a buff then that gave you the option to switch the deck to BB's deck and then lock it, or just lock it as is?
That'll be fine. I mean, what I was thinking was just if you target this on someone, it only locks their card slots. Right? You know what I mean? But I guess that would be a nerf in some teams, but...
That would be a nerf in some teams.
Yeah, but like it would just like, I would hold, and then the rest of the... So like whenever I'm drawing cards, I'm like... is as if I'm drawing from a pool of 10, because the one character's cards are just locked permanently. Or pool 12, actually. I don't know how maybe that's too difficult.
It would be nice if Ruler Artoria's worked like that, where you put it on the deep buff on someone and it blocked their cards out for 3 turns, and it just stayed that way.
Dude, that would be nuts, because she's already usable as a TA support because of her buffs are actually good, right? 50% crit, 40% attack up, and gains for 1 turn. I keep forgetting she also gives gain, but we'll talk about her later, I guess. Or tomorrow. Okay. Not tomorrow. Next time. Yeah, anyways.
Yeah. And then the one last thing that we got to talk about with her, which is honestly the worst part of her, her NP is pretty disappointing. It's an AOE charge drain, and then her overcharge is 10 to 50% chance of
worst.
draining
I have never
again.
had that happen.
It's 10%.
I don't think I've ever seen it drain like again. Like,
no, I've seen
it. If I'm using it like, when they have no battery, when they have no charge, then I'm not going to notice it. And I've never had it come up when they actually have charge. It's like so. It's
drain
so weird.
Is not a debuff, by the way, so don't count. But yeah, double drain on a Buster MP that is not necessarily spammable on a crit-based servant. Yeah, nobody gives a shit about this, dude. This is
if they buffed it to be 50% at base and go up to 100, maybe you'd see some effects of it. But like,
this MP, the only purpose of this MP is so that she can make a Buster Brave Chain. Like, genuinely. If she had 3 Buster cards, I wouldn't click this.
If she had 3 Buster cards, she would just be a really good single target Buster DPS.
Oftentimes,
you would just use her cards.
Yeah, this is just how you make a Brave Chain sometimes. Like
like you're not using it actually for like good damage, but you know.
Yeah, but she's very good. Yeah, she's very fun.
But yeah,
she's very good.
Buster Loop now. At least.
Yeah, I think she's a character that when she came out, people were hype on her, and then people trashed her, and I think people have come back around to her.
Yeah, well, yeah.
I think a Pen 5 really helped, and I think just people generally becoming more familiar with game mechanics helps.
Yeah, I think 3 is fair, just because of if we consider BBCL as well. I think 3 is fair, but
how many? What's the lowest Sakura face?
BBCL is kind of a premium thing because you have to have a certain type of servant.
Yeah. Okay, all the Sakura faces.
Yeah, BBCL is not very applicable, I'd say, but still.
It's really fun though if you can make it work. And I guess to be fair, like you don't have to have that hyper servant. You just have to have all the other ones. But that means you need like 3 5-star servants. So I mean, it's like it's just Buster looping. Buster looping.
I get a lot of value out of BB's cards because mine's 120 in NA, and it's like like underbug.
And what people do sometimes, I saw Ryou doing this, where basically you have her NP the first 2 waves, and then like even if she doesn't kill the last one, like you can just lock one of the previous turns, if you have the Buster cards, and like you can just
that is what I do is.
Yeah.
When I'm farming with her, if I see a hand with a Buster card and another card, I lock it, and then I have it for the 3rd wave if I need it.
Yep, and you're guaranteed to get Buster cards on turn 3 in that way. As long as you don't need them the previous waves, though. Then it's shakier. Speaking of shaky, here's Nero Caster.
Speaking of a character that's been completely outclassed by a better character and is now useless.
I don't know. I mean, Nero's still really good. Like,
Is she?
Yeah.
Yes. Dude, okay, just look at her steroids. It's not bad. And her MP has Invul Pierce. Like, it's not bad. Just because Tonalico exists doesn't mean that's very fucking ironic coming from me. I'm gonna shut up. You
okay,
go.
so she has her. The thing is basically when you use all her skills, she has 80% attack up, right?
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Yeah, well,
and Tonalico has to be low health to do it. Okay.
Yeah, but it has 120%. So checkmate, atheists.
Well, yeah, but she's okay. Whatever. I'm not.
Well, I mean, look, it's actually not a debate who's the better character, but I don't think Nero's actually that bad. But I think she's. I mean,
her gains are good as well. Look at her gains.
Yeah, her gains are
her
ridiculous.
What the fuck, dude?
So she has a 4-hit quick card, which is like poo poo.
Mid. Nobody's picking that.
I mean, 4 hits good, but like it's 1.6%. That's what I meant to say. But then you have 2 6-hit arts cards. So she has 2.4% arts cards, which is like some of the best arts cards. Not the best arts cards, but like in a deck that has 2 arts cards, yeah, it's some of the best you'll see. And then she also has like territory creation. And then her first skill has a 50% NP gain buff when she's below half HP.
Which is kind of a pain.
Shut up! You were just talking about Tonalico with her.
Right, well, hold on.
Her scales on low HP too. Shut up.
To 50 as the HP dropped, it'd be fine.
Oh no! Like
you get
my arts card, my arts card's only gonna get 60% instead of 90% charge. Oh, way.
I mean, this is insane gains, right? Like, I don't think it's necessarily a big issue. Yeah.
But yeah, it's also got a 50% battery. That also helps. Her Her NP spam's really good. Also, she got the thing that Jekyll wish he had, where it's an inactive buff instead of it just doesn't proc if the condition isn't met. So
yeah,
it
this
always.
was, I think, the first instance of that.
Yeah, and then later on they added Passion Lips buff, which is dog shit, but it works the same way. And then we got 7 crowns, which is something to do with Mother Harlot or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, attack up 3 turns, 30%, defense 3 turns, 30%, which is
Wait,
fine.
I thought the number of the beast was 6. Why is it 7?
They weren't gonna give her 66
bullshit.
attack up and 66.
Because 7 crowns.
Yeah, but it's 6.
There's 7 classes. For the 7 classes.
This is
dummy.
bullshit. Okay,
Look
well,
at that, because it says ignore own defense class disadvantage against all classes for 3 turns.
this is great.
There's more than 7 classes.
I wish Semiramis had something more like this, because basically this makes her a really good berserker killer, because berserkers don't do bonus damage to her, alter egos don't do bonus damage to her, and riders don't. But the problem is she still doesn't do bonus damage to riders, so you're still probably not going to want to use her against riders. She's just less defensively
alter ego
unfavored.
There is an alter ego that will do bonus damage to her. There's 2 of them actually.
Yeah.
It's
really
Melt and Causer Drop, because Melt's going to strip that buff, and Causer Drop's, just going to change into a caster.
Does this work against Draco?
Does it? We never fight her. Like, how do we know?
I mean,
it says all classes.
It says all
so
classes, so I'd assume that includes her. Atlas might say like which ones in particular it reduces it from. But then also 30% attack, 30% defense. So it's Vlad's second skill, but way better. Imagine if Vlad had that. That would actually. This would actually be really legit on a berserker. Holy shit.
Yeah, 7 is a reference to Septum.
7.
The Nero chapter. Anyways,
Yeah. And then the third skill.
It is.
Third skill is 50% attack buff, and
which is
1 time 3 turn guts of 1 HP. And it's targetable. So, I had a TA I was trying to do that actually involved her, because I needed the guts. It's for Arjuna Altar. And like 50%. I mean, I didn't have Ketz. I think Ketz was better for that, because she has 20 second time she popped up. 21% attack and 30% buster, but this is 50% attack. It's pretty substantial.
Oh yeah, Rio, did you see the Arash run?
Of which one?
The new one.
Oh, no, but does it use Nero?
I don't remember. Let me check.
Wouldn't be shocked. It's like because like it is a 50% attack up in a guts. So on servants that need guts, it's not a bad skill to use.
Okay.
Oh, never mind. He low rolled. He hadn't done it. He almost. Oh no. Oh, he did Gao Chang Gong. What the fuck? Oh, it does use Nero. See, immediate proof. Hold on. There you go.
Yeah, it is kind of funny that both of them are guts supports. Both Tonalico and Nero. But Nero's is a lot more immediate, so
yeah,
you don't have to jump.
Tonalico's is
she has to jump through a couple hoops to do that. You have to give her a CE and she has to NP. But yeah. She also has an NP that has Ignore Invincible for a turn. And yeah, unlike BB, she has an NP. Then she has a 20% to 60% NP damage buff before damage, which is it scales nice. It's only 1 turn, but it's pretty nice. It's a pretty decent NP. It's not super crazy, but
Ooh, Tonalico.
You're gonna run into some competition.
Yeah, they should. Honestly,
I
yeah.
still think Tonalico's gonna be better than her.
Honestly, I do want to see an NP buff on Neurocaster, just so she can dab on Ryou and his Tonalico glazing.
Is Tonalico if you're doing a farming comp where Tonalico can use Black Grail and Nero cannot, Tonalico still does double damage, like, and then against evil it's triple damage. So
okay.
Like, you know,
Oh yeah, but
I think
you
her
don't.
MP upgrade.
Hey, you don't know what her NP upgrade's gonna be though. What if it's anti-chaotic?
What if it gives her cooldown reduction so she can press her skills multiple times?
Yeah, what if it
That's
gives
probably
her
not gonna be
cooldown
as good as
reduction?
anti-trait.
Cooldown reduction on her skill 1 by 2 whenever she MPs, and also she does anti-chaotic damage to skills with MP level from 100 to...
Yeah.
No.
Oh my god.
I'm shocked they haven't buffed her though, because she's
Nero.
a victim of the caster class.
She's also Nero.
Dude, every time the event planner's like, okay, it's time to buff Nero, and then he forgot to say caster, and the guy just keeps fucking putting the buff on the saber. Like, oh, okay, buff the saber again. Okay, let's buff the
He's like, I don't know why I keep buffing this character, but okay.
He's like, I don't know why you keep telling me to buff that one, but sure, okay, let's just do the saber one.
Yeah, we gotta buff her third skill. The guts.
Is like, well, I've already buffed.
Yeah, we gotta
Nero.
buff her third. We gotta buff her third skill. The guts is a little lacking. Okay, I mean, there's 3 of them. I don't know what. All right.
Hold on. I'm not against buffing Draco. People are gonna fucking kill me, but hey, I'm not against buffing Draco.
Yeah, I think
battery, you know. Yeah,
we need to buff Nero. Her second skill only having like the attack and defense on it is kind of lackluster. Got it. Say less. And they buffed the wrong one again.
You gotta keep buffing the saber one.
They're like buffing it. They give her a thing where somehow like they buff her NP again, and somehow it increases the hit counts. I don't know how.
God, Bride.
Oh, Bride's got.
They start buffing Bride instead.
Bride has 3 upgrades.
I'll
reminder.
Bride's skill buff. Yeah.
She has an NP buff. She has her first skill buffed and her third skill buffed.
The P-mod thing. Yeah.
So like, yeah, it's really just this Nero and I guess Draco as well, but Draco doesn't really need a buff.
Hey, her MP does nothing other than the anti-trait. Look, it's just like the Artoria MP. Her MP has 1 effect. You don't understand.
Yeah, and it also refunds more than most single target NPs, so.
I don't care. Anyway.
Yeah, I know you don't care. That's why we're moving on to Eresh. Wait, no, we didn't rank her.
We didn't put her in a spot.
Nah, screw Nero.
Yeah,
no.
okay, 2.
Oh, fucking 2.
Oh.
She's held back by not having any buffs and being a caster.
We have to at least reach the funny duo today, and then we can. The funny duo, and then the one after.
The duo of Tonalico and.
Do you want to move
Napoleon and Okita?
Hold on, we need this one here because we need someone to go into 1.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm not joking.
It's not even that bad. We need
what do you mean?
To be the one.
Ryou, we need to move Summer Abbey over, and we go over Summer Abbey and Cuckoo and then there.
No, Summer Abbey's for next time. She's with the other Vitch. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
We'll do these 5. We'll stop at Tonalico. Which is, by the way, less than halfway.
Eresh, Ishtar are your faves? I mean, they're both pretty good, so I don't think you got any worried there, bro.
Look, Eresh is actually legitimately been buffed to be good. She was terrible at launch, but she's been buffed to be actually good.
She is a bit overrated, though, because I'm pretty sure people thought she was, well, including me, for like a couple of for a time, I think, was as good as like top tiers, like Romulus Curinus or Melusine.
Well,
probably not Melusine. Melusine's pretty obviously broken.
Oh, Ninja Kid Cat, thank you for reminding us that. Yeah, I do have a good video on Summer Abbey if people don't want to wait for the next stream. Fuck, I need to get back to that. I wanted to make a series out of that, but oh my god, I'm just so
Nero's
fucking
2.
lazy.
Somebody's asking me. Nero's 2.
We put Nero 2.
Because you didn't get an MP upgrade.
I don't see anyone in
Or any
chat asking
upgrades.
you.
Big whoop.
You must be psychotic.
Anyway, Eresh time.
Yeah,
The one I don't
Eresh
have
time.
at 120.
yeah. If someone bet, if someone made a bet against you, would you 120 this one?
No, because the thing is, I already have Melusine.
See,
I already have two 120 Lancers.
No, you don't understand. They should
you
buff
already-
her and then just give her the affection gauge.
Well,
If they, if they buffed her and it gave her the affection gauge and it worked exactly the same,
It should be
No.
I
fucking
might,
broken.
because then she would actually be busted.
so Ryou,
You
the
stick
thing
the
you're not
affection gauge on someone with an upgraded NP.
Ryou, the thing that you're not considering though with what you just said is Melusine's still competing with Eresh in the other group because they're both neutral AOE extra class people, arts loopers. Yeah.
Well, okay, Melusine Ruler is not as good as Space Eresh.
Yeah,
Fair.
I think her ceiling is lower than Space Eresh.
Melusine Ruler is easier to get immediate
But
value
her
out of.
floor
That's
is
pretty good
higher
value.
than Space Eresh.
But
yeah,
yes, yeah.
It's a ceiling
So
floor.
Melusine caps out faster, whereas Space Eresh, it takes more to get started. But Space Eresh is, in the end, a more powerful character.
Yeah, it depends. But yeah, anyway.
The busted arts card. It's
Oh my
the
God.
arts card.
Yeah, it's one of the biggest arts cards in the game.
It's the arts
I think
card
it
every
is the
turn in
best.
terms of-
It is Ereshkigal, Koyan Light, and then King Hassan are the top 3 arts cards base game.
I mean, there's some other ones if we're gonna count King Hassan, like you also have to count Raiko's because Raiko Lancers because she has
Raiko
the
Lancers.
same as
Yeah,
King
but this
Hassan's.
is the funny one where you see an arts card go from like 0 to 100%. This is the quintessential funny arts card. You
Hmm.
know,
Yeah, I mean, like it.
when you think of single arts card characters, this Eresh is the one where you're like, yeah, it might not be so bad. And then you look at Draco and you're like, you know what? This might be bad.
I'm trying to remember.
Anyway,
what other one there is out there? I want to say there's another servant out there with a comparable one or a better one. Maybe Chat
Alice
can
has
help me out.
good ones. But anyway, that's a thought we can have for.
It's 20%.
Should have gotten on this tangent. He's lost to us.
I guess Rhinus does, yeah, but hers is like she would be ramping it.
Yeah.
It's not Lohi, is it? No, it's not Lohi.
We don't have time for this. Steno.
Man, a man can't think for a second. God damn.
You're not allowed to
Then-
think anymore. You're a machine, a skill reading machine.
We're min-turning your review. Go.
Am I allowed to talk?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Bold of you to assume I was thinking before speaking, anyways. Okay, so 1 turn of debuff immune, 1 turn of instant kill immune, 1 turn of buff removal resistance, 1 invuln, and then reduces her skill cooldowns by 1. They buffed this recently, so now it's a 5 turn cooldown effectively, because every time you use it, it reduces it to 5 turn cooldown. And of course, like, yeah, it could go further with like a pen skill and stuff.
Well, with the Pen 5, it makes her base cooldowns 4 for the first cycle, which
Yeah.
is really good. But it is literally just a cooldown skill because in farming, it is. Outside of farming, it is good for the other effects. But like in farming, it was useless before, but now it's a
Yeah, now it can let her Black Gorilla Loop with double overrun, which is pretty uncommon. But we'll get to that. So her second skill is 50% battery and 50% buster for 1 turn. Everyone thought this was the skill they would buff first because no one likes 1 turn mana bursts. But they ended up buffing her first skill, which did kind of buff this skill. But basically, the way it works, if you are a servant that has a 50% battery on a 5-turn cooldown, and you have a pinned 5, that means with a single Koyan, you can cast it on turns 1 and 3, which is going to give you enough charge. Because 50% times 2 is 100%, then you get another 50 from the Koyan, then you get 140 from 2 Oberons, and you just need 20% from the append. So you actually need 2 appends. But that's more affordable now that we have more coins from bonds. I love it. Last year, I liked last year. And then third skill is Blessing of Kur. It's a conditional buff. It does nothing on its own, but it'll give you some NP effects. So, team gets 20% defense, 30% NP gain, and 3,000 max HP, all for 3 turns. Just some nice supportive things, and yeah, good stuff. And then she has arts from her territory creation, so her already ridiculous arts card goes even further with her third skill and her passive. Then we've got the NP, which has been buffed. It used to just be, okay, it's got a 10% buster buff for 1 turn, 10 to 50, and then everyone who has Blessing of Kur gets 20% attack. They also buffed it. Now it does bonus to earth enemies, and it also gives critical attack chance resistance of 20% to everyone, which is almost enough to guarantee no crits from most classes. And then also instant kill immunity. She already has her own instant kill immunity, but now she can share it with the team. Yeah, it's so loaded. Like, she does so many things for the team, and then now that she's gotten buffs, she's actually like pretty good for farming too. So she covers like what you want, basically. Hello?
Yeah.
Oh, you guys were quiet for a really long time.
Well, you were just finishing.
I was yapping. I know.
I didn't want to interrupt you. I think, like, as far like with the NP buff, and her ramp up, because she does ramp up due to that attack up. As a Buster servant, ramping up attack.
Sorry. How many servant? Can you guys go through servants a little bit? I got an emergency. I gotta make a phone call.
Okay.
All right. Yeah. So Erish.
Where do you think she goes?
I'm saying like at least top of 3. I kind of want to put her on the same tier as Melusine. I'm not sure though, because Melusine is really good. And I like Melusine's flexibility, but I don't know how much we can count that into this tier list, since it is AoE Buster. But
well, we're looking at that's just the theming of it. That doesn't mean that's all we're looking at. I do think as far as AoE Lancers go, I think Eresh is second place. I think she's better than Romulus. Frankly.
Dang.
I think the only thing she loses to is Melusine.
I got some flack for that in Plushie's server, because there's some people there that really value damage over utility.
Well, the thing is I don't like Romulus does have better damage, but it's way more conditional than Eresh's.
Yeah.
Like Eresh's damage is just like, are they Earth? Yes. Okay, we are ramping up. Romulus's damage is, okay, I will now use my MP. I will now crit them, and I will now build up my Roman stacks as I crit them. So yes, his ceiling is higher, but like, I don't know. I don't think
I just
like,
play
he doesn't
devil's
have, like,
advocate.
same...
I mean, like he gets up to that damage really fast, doesn't he? Like he only needs 3 stacks to start breaking over what you'll be seeing from like super effective mods.
Right. So he does need 5 crits though to do it, which does mean that if you are MP card carding,
right, it's 10%.
does mean that you are
I was thinking it was 20%.
Oh, sorry, no,
right.
it's 4 crits. So it does mean that it does take till turn 3 for him to hit
Right.
the
Right, I completely forgot.
No,
I was thinking
the
it
thing
was
is
20%,
it does
but
go up to 300%, because it's plus 20%. So you can get 10 stacks, so it does have a higher ceiling, but like it's actually impossible to like realistically do that in things. I just think
I mean, you can
Eresh's-
double stack his 3rd skill. So
Yeah.
but you got to be like chasing brave chains like a motherfucker. So
I just think he has a higher skill or a higher damage ceiling, but I
Yeah.
don't. I think Eresh is just really nice to use. Like obviously Romulus is good. I don't know, and he has like a super high damage ceiling, but I don't like using him. Also, if they are debuff immune, he also cannot do his gimmick.
I'm fine with putting her in +4, honestly. Like she's pretty versatile. Like
I
she's
feel that
not
if we put her
incredible.
in +4, we have to put Romulus in +4, and I hate Romulus.
I mean, we don't have to put him in +4.
True. We can just say -1 point for a penis.
You don't know that. He's genderless.
He has one.
Why would you know that?
Look, let's be honest here. The gender unknown tag is mostly used for funny. It is very rarely used for actual like okay, good uses of it. Canis, because Canis has been
all
both.
right, so you're going no true
use
Scotsman
of-
on me. All right, gotcha.
Good Enkidu, Clay, Sugitani, ran into Kajin Koji.
I thought she was actually a female though. I thought
Sugitani's body is female, but
yeah, but
Sugitani
she's
is
not
like,
genderless.
it's not the thing of like no, she's unknown gender.
Really?
That's why she's on the male Valentine side, is because while Sugitani has definitely a female body, Sugitani views themselves still as a guy. So it just is.
Yeah.
That's why they're on the male side. So
man,
yeah.
you sound kind of vexed. Why you sound so vexed, man?
Okay. Anyway, other valid cases is Hibiki Chikagi in 3rd, because conceptual weapon, and then all the others are just kind of pointless. Like Astolfo's a guy. Dioscuri is 2 people. Okita Alter is 2 people. Astolfo once again guy.
You know if it's because
guy Nobu.
it's
Nobu I guess is gender, but they could have done it for each ascension.
Ibuki should be genderless if Romulus is, because they're conceptually the same thing. They're both what is it? Bunrays? I think that's what it's called. Almost said Bunyip. It's an Australian monster.
Anyway, the point is that the gender unknown thing is used a lot of the time for to be weird, but like why is Astolfo there? Like Astolfo definitely is a guy and definitely knows they're a guy. It's literally there as a joke. Right?
Yeah, then they even made the feminine characteristics one is a bit of a joke. Yeah. Let's move on to Okita.
The feminine looking one, which is almost the exact same list as the unknown gender, is feminine looking. Almost the same list, without characters like Romulus and anyway. Yeah, feminine looking is the real unknown tech. Anyway, moving on. Speaking of Okita Alter.
Yeah. Yes, of course, speaking of Okita Alter, that's... You're segueing to my segue. Like, how already... You're building a bridge over the thing I already made a bridge on. Okay, in case you guys didn't know, we're talking about Okita Alter now. Alter Ego. I guess I get it mixed up because it's like A and then there's EG later in it. Avenjo. And then...
I see.
So her gains are pretty good. She's a Buster quick deck. Most Buster quick decks do end up having pretty good gains. She's definitely not an exception. Although she is, as far as Okitas are concerned, she's a little bit on the lower side of gains. Which is kind of a funny thing to note because, like, Okita always has good gains. Like, is one of the best quick decks in the game is Okita J Souji.
Well, her quick cards aren't bad. Like, her quick cards are pretty high hit.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they're still pretty good. It's just they're not, like, incredible. Like, they're not 5% ones like all of the other ones have.
Like, before, like, back when Okita Alter came out, there was, sometimes, and I used it, where you would use her with, like, Merlin and then a Scotty, because then using her quick cards would refund her NP really well. Obviously, you don't do that anymore because that's dumb. The game now is not in a position where you would ever need to do that, but,
Well, moving on. So, her first skill got a buff that was just not necessary. Like,
oh, good. 30% anti-sky.
Yeah, this is a buff that goes on a servant that's already good, and you just wanted to, like, give them a niche.
Here's the thing. Anti-sky, if we look at half of the anti-sky, or half the sky servants are knights classes, which means good luck. The other half, then a third of the other ones are extra classes, so you're hitting them neutral. So you have, like, a small sliver of characters that are sky that you can get that extra damage on and get, like, effectiveness. It's just...
And she'll beat the shit out of Wangina, though. That's for sure.
Yeah, true. He just hates Wangina.
But yeah, it's 30% quick and Buster for 3 turns, and then 30% sky damage, anti-sky damage, which is pretty niche. Like, it's just not really that great of a niche. But hey, at least it does overlap with her class. Not her class, her attribute, because she's man, and man does bonus to sky.
Then there's your second skill, which got buffed and made people mad because it's a terrible buff.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a 30% battery, 1 turn absorb, and a 3x3 turn 20% attack buff.
It's not even a large attack up.
Yeah, remember when we were talking about Ibuki and her 3x3 turn 40% attack buff and a 50% battery? Wow.
And saying that was kind of an issue.
Yeah.
Well, what do you think this is?
Yeah, like 3 turns of 20%, like, without the time constraint is actually perfectly fine.
All 3 of her skills have been buffed.
Yeah, and then her third skill actually got a really nice glow up. I actually do like what they did with this skill.
Well, yes, MP damage changed to 3 turns.
Yeah, it was 1 time 3 turn evade, and then 1 turn of 30% NP damage. But now it's 3 turns of 30% NP damage, 2 stage overcharge, 1 time 3 turns, and 2 hits of evasion instead of 1.
Yeah, it changed from 1 hit evade to 2 hit evade, so it became a real evade. So that skill is the one that got buffed to be good. The other 2 buffs just aren't very good. And then her NP is not buffed.
Yeah.
It does generate quite a few stars.
Yeah, it's a 7-hit AoE Buster. Its only effect is Buster resistance down after damage. But honestly, like, this is honestly kind of, like, the scaling on it is really good. It's 30 to 50.
Well, she She does apply overcharge too, so she at least sits at 40%.
Yes.
For a few
Yeah, she
turns.
immediately puts 40% on them. So like, so after 1 NP, she has 70% Buster. Hold on, I gotta sneeze.
It's like,
Okay, I sneezed.
yeah. It's just like, as a Buster AOE alter ego, she is the worst of them as far as 5 stars. I have to specify 5 stars because Passion Lip is worse.
Bro,
Like Tiamat is better.
why is there a
KP
mute?
is better.
There's like a little mute symbol, a deafen symbol on this for plushie. I don't know why did they add that? That's just so tacky.
Did you accidentally mute him?
Hello?
No,
Yes,
no,
hello.
it had the deafen icon on screen for some reason. Hi, are you okay? Oh, okay, he's gone again. All right.
Yeah.
Well, hello and bye.
Hello
So-
and bye. Goodbye.
Yeah.
Sitnai is single target, and she is AOE.
Yeah, honestly,
I just
I think like it, like what they should do with the NP buff. I think they should just add like 30% crit on it, and that's fine. I think you'd be fine just with that, because like her only issue is her NP damage isn't really that great. But honestly, I don't think her NP damage is even all that bad. It's just like she's an alter ego, so a lot of the time you're better off bringing
Sorry, I'm
whatever.
Welcome
Bro
back.
put me on hold. Where did you put Ereshkigal?
+4.
4.
Really?
Look,
Yes.
they auto wanted it, chat wanted it, and you weren't here to argue against it.
I guess I just haven't used her because she doesn't feel like a 4.
Damn.
That's right. I think she should be in 3. Like
She's
top
not
of
even the
3.
highest 3. What do you mean? She's worse than Gigglemesh, pretty clearly. I don't get it.
I don't know
Whoa,
about that.
whoa, hold on.
I think she's
that's
better than Gigglemesh.
I don't
Is she?
I don't know
Yeah.
if it's fair to compare just the two of them, because like one of them is completely like damage, and the other one
Okay.
is like way more versatile. So
Yeah.
Anyway,
But
what is your
damage
opinion?
is damage.
What is your opinion on Okita Alter though?
I have less opinions on Okita Alter. I think she's not bad, but I don't have a lot of experiences with her either. She just feels like someone with a really good quick card, and like it actually doesn't feel horrible when you use her with like Summer Scotty, for example. But her MP damage is not good, and
Yeah, I was
That's-
talking because like I used to use Okita Alter quite a bit back when she first
Yeah.
came out. She actually was one of the characters I used quite often. But as time has gone on, she's just become a character that's become less useful.
I mean, she's just MP upgrade again. Like I mean, like I know I say this all the time, but her MP has like 1 overcharge effect, right? If I remember correctly.
Yeah, Buster resist down.
Yeah, I mean it's let me check. Oh, it's 30.
It-
Okay,
If
Yeah,
they
it starts off
upgraded
with
her
40 because of her
NP
third
and
skill.
made it apply before damage,
Oh yeah, that'd be a lot better. Yeah.
that'd be a lot though. I don't
And then
I
give
don't
her,
know. I
like,
mean, she's up against Tiamat, and Tiamat's entire thing is just ramping up a shit ton of busters. So maybe it's
Yeah.
not that crazy.
Yeah.
I
So
don't think it is.
I mean it's she has really good internals at the very least. That's all I remember about her. I don't think she's a 1 though, right? Is she a 1?
I don't. I was
Heck no.
I was joking mostly when I said that because everyone
I
likes
didn't
to
even
clown
hear
on
you
her
say
for her
that, but
second skill.
Yeah.
Because her second skill buff was bad, but like
I think her
Ereshkigal
first.
do so much,
I
you
think
just have TA bring up. Bro, okay.
I think the skill buff for her first skill is actually worse than her second skill, honestly. Because
Look,
the 20%
it-
is gonna 20% attack is gonna actually do things sometimes, whereas the 30% special attack against Sky is just
bro,
nothing.
when the fuck?
99% of the time.
Okay, is Aresh even bad in TAs?
She's not even bad in TAs, no? I see her in TAs quite often. But I'm just saying, it's not even TA Brainer. I'm just saying, I don't see Melusine levels of, like, not even close to Melusine levels of versatile. Like, it's just, she's very, like, survival based with her skill, but, like, you don't always need that. You know what I mean? And then looking at some other people we're about to put in 4, she's not a 4.
No, that's the thing,
dude.
She
like,
is.
do you know how many 4s are there?
She's above average, but she's not.
She's not a 4, bro. She's slightly better than Gil. Okay. Depends on what you're doing with her. She
Gilgamesh.
Could be better than.
I'm fighting Gilgamesh with the character. That she is better than Gil.
Okay, fine. I don't think she's necessarily better than KP. You know, like, oh, another sustained character. I don't think she's necessarily better than KP. I don't think that's a really unfair thing to say either. Don't you think? Like, Hello?
Hello?
I do. I agree with you. I don't think she's in 4. So
yeah, no, she's not even close to being 4. I'm sorry. I don't look. I don't think she's even like just barely a 4, and then like, whoa, we knocked her down by half.
Well, because there's a couple characters. 1, 2, 3, 4. Like, there's like 4 or more characters that are just like 5, maybe. That are just like super good.
3. I don't think she's top of 3. I don't even think she's top of 3. I think she's like on par with a lot of other 3s. They do very different things. Like, if I'm going pure offense, I would go Ibuki, right? Triple Buster deck. Like, if I want crit damage, like crit DPS, I'd go Summer BB. If I want, like, you know, and then BB can also do card luck support, which nobody does. If I want pure, raw MP damage, I'd go Gil. If I want raw self-survival, I'd go Kingprotea. Like, Eresh is a nice blend of some of these things, because she has an upgraded MP with an anti-trait, and she also has party survival, but she also is none of those things, like, individually. You know what I mean? It's just... It's hard to argue, you know? Like, there are teams where KP does better than she does. You know, but there's also things where, like, I don't think so. She has been... No, she's not even... I don't know if I want to say Master of None, because Master of None sounds like a very negative... Apparently, it became a very negative term, but, like, she's just not tippy-top tier, in my opinion. Like, she doesn't do enough. She ramps up and low cooldowns with a Pen 5. Dude, it's a 1-turn mana burst. There's no ramping or stacking for, like, farming
the attack up ramps, but...
Well, yeah, well, okay, but, like, that's... Everybody more or less has something like that. Like,
I mean, alright, look. Like, after all of the AoE Buster Sabers we talked about, not it.
Yeah, that's why she's not in 2. Okay, maybe because, like, there are characters I think that are better than these sabers. Spoiler alert, right? Like, I think Richard is pretty good, but is Richard better than Resh? I don't think so, right? So, like, it's a bit difficult, right? I do think it's a bit difficult. I do think it's a bit difficult, but I know Eresh is very good. Don't get me wrong, but, like, Eresh doesn't have everything at top, which I think Melusine, you can argue, has, like, basically all aspects covered as a Buster AoE. Like, I literally don't, like, other than anti-trait, I guess you really can't ask for anything else, right? It's just I don't know.
Look, she is where she is. We're gonna move on to the worst character in the game.
Why are we skipping a few?
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I meant Cuckoo. The worst character in the game.
Oh.
Why are we skipping a few? Who would that be? Abigail?
Why are we... She doesn't need everything I thought that she should not.
Oh, no, wait, you mean Koyan Dark. We were skipping 1. Worst character in the game, Koyan Dark. Right to 0. We're making a new tier. Koyan Dark.
No, a few is 3.
So...
Anyway, Cuckoo.
Cuckoo first or Koyan Dark first? Okay, Cuckoo first.
Cuckoo.
Cuckoo first.
Man. Hold on a second. I
Look,
apparently
look.
don't have
I
her
know
page up.
everybody's looking forward to this shit because oh my god, it's
Are we?
pushy, right? No, I mean chat and not you. I know for sure. Not
Yeah,
you.
yeah, I know,
But-
but like,
He's like, you're not.
I feel like-
But okay. Here's the thing, right? I made a review of her. I was like almost 30 minutes long. And then I made a top 5 servants for NA next year, and I glazed her again for another like 6 minutes. I have nothing more to say about this character. I literally have nothing more to say about this character. She just has 2 servants worth of buffs rolled into 1 servant, and the only thing you have to pay is 10 stars, and she makes like 200 stars. That's it. Like, what more can I fucking say? And she has triple buster, I guess. Like, okay, and then just it's instantly +4. I don't think I have to explain anything else
Alright.
other than that.
all right, I'm gonna try and I'm just gonna list her
Please,
kit as
please do.
fast as possible, and
do. I have nothing to say.
you guys can like pull out a stopwatch and like just time me on this, and you can rub it in the faces of all of the wiki readers out there that take 30 minutes
Just
to
say when you're about to go. Just
All
count
right.
down into it.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, so she's got Buster deck. She's got higher absorb because she's a foreigner. So it's pretty good for crits, and her gains are pretty decent. They're pretty standard. It's basically on par, like exactly the same as Ibuki's, if I recall correctly. Her first skill always gives 20% attack to everyone and 30% crit chance resistance, and if you spend 10 stars, you get another 30% attack on a 5-turn cooldown. Second skill is always 50% charge, and if you add 10 stars, you can target 2 evades for 3 turns and ignore evasion for 3 turns. And third skill is self-invuln, and then 30% buster and 50% crit for 3 turns. And if you use the stars, then you get 30% NP damage for 3 turns as well. She has 2 passes, only one of them really matters. It converts invuln into anti-purge, and she gets 10 stars per turn and 3% charge per turn. Then lastly, her NP is threat to humanity of 50% before damage, which is, she does bonus damage to earth, skill seals, and she gains 30 stars, so effectively 40 stars. Bam. Hello?
Okay, that was 1 minute and 28 seconds.
No, that was a minute and 25. You waited several seconds.
No.
Yeah.
Well, you didn't say finished. I was waiting until you said you were
I
done.
said-
So therefore, it's a
I
minute
said
28.
bam, and then you
Okay,
just
That
waited
doesn't
3
mean
seconds.
done. Anyway, 1 minute 28.
Okay. To answer the question, can we
Minute
grant
25.
Cuckoo? 99.999% you can, because for the Grand Graph system, they're rerunning rulers for month 1. We already know that, right? And clearly, ruler is an extra class. So if you can grant rulers, you can also grant foreigners and grant, like, there's no reason not to, right? Like, once again, the only class that could potentially be fucked over are beasts, which
This DOS is just no fun allowed.
yeah, fuck that character. Anyways, all right, so now we get to this character and put her in 1, and that's the episode, guys. Let's thank you guys.
Not 0? Oh wait, no.
No.
You mean this one goes in 1?
No, not
Okay.
no, the other one, the hot one, the hot one.
Okay.
hot
Which one of
one?
you
I don't
wants to
understand.
describe it and describe her skill set, and which one? And who? Like, do it faster. Like, which one?
Hold on, yeah, I'll do it. Hold on.
Yeah,
give
you
me,
do-
give me a second.
Okay. Hold on.
Fuck,
I'll
what
actually
me?
time
Just
it.
leave my
in a
screen
sec.
up. Just leave
What
my screen up
me?
because
Hold on. Hold on.
Because
Wait.
because
Stopwatch.
you're,
What
Let me
about
get my stopwatch.
Hey.
You've reviewed her like 5 times. Shut up. We know what you think about her.
I didn't review her done 6 times. I
Okay.
think she's a 3, by the way. Like,
All right,
jokes
I'll
aside,
count you
she's a
down.
3.
5,
Alright.
4, 3, 2, 1.
It's Koyan Sky of Darkness. She has an okay attack stat. Her MP gain is 0.67. She has 3 hit Rs, 4 hits, quick, 3 hit Buster. It's perfectly fine deck. It doesn't do bad. MP gain is fine. 30% spread charge, 30% Buster up for the party, and reduces star gather for hominid servants, which is pointless. It doesn't matter. Second skill kind of sucks unless you're animal characteristic, but it does give 2 stages of overcharge, 1 time 3 turns. But if you're animal characteristic, you get 30% attack up and 30% defense up. It's pretty okay for Melu scene. Third skill is useless as a party support, but it does give ignore invincibility. So as a self DPS, it's fine. And then you get like all the curse amps and the poisons and stuff like that. So every time you do it, but you also get 50% crit up for 3 turns. Passives, no one cares except existence outside the domain. That's all that matters. Then for the MP, it removes offensive buffs first, reduces their buster resistance after damage, and deals all damage. But she gets 20% attack up. It also does anti-earth damage.
So I don't know what all happened with their second skill. What does their second skill do again? Because like I heard like overcharge and animal something, but I don't know what her second skill is. Can you go back about that?
I don't care about that. What was my time?
Well,
her second
it was
skill?
50, but you skipped many things.
No, I didn't.
Yes,
I
you
said
did.
He over-explained the fucking second skill a bunch. Okay, he even brought up Melusine.
Did he even mention the 5 stars for Buster cards?
Yeah, I think so. I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't
I said
remember
everything. You know, I said the thing
anyways,
attack. And
I don't remember him
defense
saying that. Also, I don't think he said that the 2-stage overcharge was targetable.
Yeah, I did. I said you targeted.
He says you said you get 2 stages of overcharge.
Look, it doesn't matter. We all know this kid.
Okay,
I just wanted the funny.
Okay, so this skill is good with like Arash as well, even though he's not animal trait. Like this is why fucking fast farmer degens like her, because it's like, oh man, this is Arash and bronze bunyan. But look, as much as it pains me to say this, realistically, she's probably a 3. Because like, what?
I don't know. Whenever, like, the joke's been made, but whenever you say like, "Oh, this character's a 3," it's like, oh man, like if it's below a 5, it hurts. Like, how many ugly characters are there in Fate, even?
Dude, that's not what I mean.
I
you
know
that's not what I mean.
But if
Have you seen the ad?
if someone called you a 4, you'd think like, oh dang, out of 10, ouch.
Dude, this is the.
I don't know if it'd be accurate.
The ad's hottest character in the game. Anyways, so this character, oh, okay, so since everybody don't want to hear me talk about her fucking gameplay anymore, because who gives a shit? Here's a funny thing. So I don't know if you guys know the guy who does cuckoo runs. And like we have like fake beef on YouTube. But you know.
Yeah, Sunder.
Yeah. So he waited for me. He waited for me to finally do the 4-man and then immediately upload the fucking frontline only. I'm so done with this character. But, and he used my video description as thumbnail. Oh my god!
That's so BM.
Oh my god, Kukulkan. Holy shit, bro. I hate this motherfucker so much. Look at this. What is this?
I'm sorry.
I mean, MLB
I want to point out
check,
the
right?
thumbnail for this. It's cool.
No, it's because I make the boobs one, so she's the ass. Because my thumbnail was the boobs, and then is the ass, and then
is that your icon there?
Yes, that's the description for my fucking 4-man run, and he just immediately clipped it and used it as a thumbnail.
This dude is.
No, bro. My god.
I just waited for the upload.
Yeah, he just immediately waited for me to fucking upload it. Oh my god, so mean. Bro.
Anyway, but no, I actually do think she's good.
Wow, shocker. You think she's good? Dang. That narrows it down to 2 tiers.
You guys don't understand.
she would have been in 1 if I didn't do the 4-man run. Unironically, I would have put her in 1. I would have fought you guys in an alleyway just to put her in 1. Holy shit.
I mean, if we fight in an alleyway, can I choose the alleyway? Because if I have to go to one of your alleyways, we're both just gonna get shot by accident.
Bro,
Oh my god.
come to my alleyway. I mean, you'll still, get shot, but it'll be me, at least.
I don't know where the nearest alleyway is for where I live, because I live in more of a rural area.
Why did they exist, man? Why does this exist?
You have to drive a few
Can
miles.
she not be okay? Can she not be anti-Earth? Like, why is she anti-Earth again? Like, can you just stop? Like, what the fuck?
I understand how you feel because I also like Summer Melusine, whose opponent is also anti-Earth, and she is anti-Earth.
Dude, there's so many. Like, come on.
The difference between me and you is I don't get hung up on it,
bro.
Look, I don't get hung up on it.
Look, Plushie. Plushie, I'm gonna show you something. Please, when you talk about, hey, please don't make this servant anti-Earth, please look at my grails. And remember that I have like 8 grailed servants that are anti-Earth. I'm tired of it
this
too,
is
man.
So fucking dumb, dude. I mean, at the very least, you grilled someone who had
Earth, demonic Earth, Earth.
You evolved.
Demonic,
you got someone who has 2 anti-Earths.
Demonic.
You're not like satisfied with grilling someone with anti-Earth anymore. You grill someone with 2 anti-Earths. It's fucking getting out of control.
He's like, I hate
Dude,
the Earth
I grilled someone
so
who
much.
I grilled someone who literally has 2 anti-Earths in her kit.
That's what
Okay.
he said.
Yes. Yeah, dude, this is so dumb. This is like, they're like, oh man, we can't make too many anti-Earth servants. That's a little bit boring. Let's make someone who has 2 anti-Earths. Like, fuck off.
Where's my anti-man with anti-man damage, or my anti sky?
According to the FGO fanbase, it's when you use Morgan with Koyan Light. Is anti-man on anti-man.
You're not wrong, but
Yeah, double anti-man is literally anything that Buster loops. Like, what are you talking about?
Doesn't Kukulkan even without the anti-Earth would hit harder than Koyan? In Buster looping, I think probably, but like in other stuff, not necessarily. Cause like, look, in farming they do different things already, so it's not actually a fair comparison. I keep making it because it gets views and it's funny, but it's not a fair comparison. Like you can't like fucking loop with a multi-core looper and then have good damage unless you're
It is unfair for you to always be pissing about comparing her to Cuckoo.
Yeah, exactly.
You cannot use Cuckoo as a support at all. She fails as one. And
yeah, exactly. Like
actually,
I
was trying to. I wish I actually succeeded with it. I was trying to do a Minturn with Jufu against Charlotte, and the setup I came up with used both Koyan Dark and Cuckoo as supports.
Actually no, that is untrue though. I have a video. Let me see if I can find it really quickly. Cuckoo's targetable 50 battery actually does come into play in certain comps. Like it's not a real multi-core, but like there was a pseudo single core where I was looping with Cuckoo with no starting charge, but I put her battery on Koyan Light for the second wave and it worked. So it's not completely worthless, her targetable battery. I think it's the Hibiki Shikagi 90++. I could be wrong about that, but it's not 0. But yeah. But anyways, Koyan Dark, it is unfair because Koyan Dark's a multi-core farmer. None of them are known to have good single-core looping damage, right? Like Tonalico, like Lohi, like Tezcali Polka. Yeah, like Arcawade.
Tonalico does have good single. Wait a minute. Oh, I get.
That's what I mean.
I was like, wait a minute, all these characters kind of do have good.
That's what I
single-core
fucking
looking
mean, dude. Like, I can't
and they're
complain
good at
it.
multi-core.
That can't complain it. Aha.
But they don't all support. Wait, never mind. No, you're okay. Never mind. Down to 1.
No, it's not down to 1. I mean, look, she has the best invul pierce skill in the game. Okay, like, look, it's a little bit hard to sell her.
Otto's
single.
just checked out. He's just farming experience now.
Yeah.
No, they wanted it. That's what I'm giving them what they want, Otto.
I know.
But yeah, I mean, her invul pierce is really good. It's just like, once again, I failed to get the advantage because Cuckoo has a lot of damage, so she could run invul pierce C's and kind of do the same amount of damage as I do with like a real damaging C. And also, it doesn't help that Honey Lake is a really good damaging C. To be honest, like you would run it even without the invul pierce, so. Sometimes it doesn't feel like she has that big of an advantage, but it is a good skill for sure.
If Cuckoo or Koyan, if one of them was anti-man instead, they would at least have vastly different like niches there at that point.
Koyan can be justified to be anti-man again, but then she'd have to fight Morgan, so I guess it's kind of the same. The apples.
Yeah, then you'd be fighting Morgan, but then at least you could say, well, she's a berserker, so it doesn't count. Like it doesn't count. It doesn't count. It's just like me when I look at Melusine Ruler versus Ibuki. Anytime I lose, I'm like, it doesn't count.
I mean, it doesn't. Berserkers are stupid. But yeah. Anyways, that's it.
That's
Melusine Ruler
mean.
does kind of
Berserkers are very
I saw-
intelligent. Thank you very much.
I saw a Melusine Ruler run of the Medusa one, frontline only. She was able to do it. But
Dang,
I couldn't
that's
replicate
cool.
because I don't have Tsukumi Hara.
What?
Sh-
What? Is it MLB versus?
No, it's Black Grail. But it's Melusine Ruler.
Well,
What?
now you did it. Now I have to do frontline. I have to sit here for 20 hours.
You don't understand.
Alright.
She loops. No.
Now you did it.
Hold on. You don't
have you
understand.
done?
You don't understand. It has. It's very specific because it uses Castoria NP, and and the overcharge gives more crit, and it uses Tsukumi Hara, and it was
Can I MP back with Castoria?
here. Look, wait. No, this isn't it. This is the wrong run. Where is it?
Apparently, someone has a script with.
I want to point out. The AI today on Twitter decided to be really stupid, and it just started because it brought up, an AI recommendation of like, because at the top of like the tag FGOTA, it had like a brief summary of it, but it mentioned something by the name of Takano Tsume, and it was like, that's who we're fighting against. I'm like, which isn't true. And so I clicked into the battle tips, and like it eventually led me down to a link where it said, here, click here for Space Ishtar abilities. And this is what it gave me. It just started making stuff up. I want to point out the name of this second skill. It sounds real, but it's not.
Triple bounded field, cage of
Vainglory?
This sounds like it could be a skill. But by the way, this is Space Ishtar abilities, according to them. One, it says she's a rider. But two, like, it just starts making stuff up.
Yeah, this should be her buff. Dude.
It's like triple bounded field, Cage of Vainglory. Increases Buster card effectiveness 1 turn, evade 3 hits, and reduces own defense by 20% for 3. Like, what?
Reduce own
And then
defense.
Manifestation of Beauty, increase own MP damage for 3 turns. If there are fewer than 3 enemies, increase critical star generation.
That okay. I like the idea of like, if there's less enemies, do something.
Yeah, such
Mana, the Divine
such
Art,
as
charge
getting
MP gauge by
more
30%. Grant MP overcharge 1 side. So like, it's just making up abilities.
As in
Then it's like,
dude, no.
That's
Somebody posted.
That's probably a skill in this game. Like,
Dude, somebody
okay,
posted.
but here's the thing. I want to point out what it said Britomart was. One, it also says Britomart's a writer, but look at the MP. Britomart has
The Maid of Orleans?
Why? Why?
the AI just makes stuff up.
Bro.
Armor of Fafnir? Wait.
Yeah, it just
This is
just
Jolter.
makes.
Thank you, Jolter. Oh, and then she has Lancelot's MP as skill 1.
Yeah, it just makes stuff up. But yeah, it like also like I'm like it's like battle strategy because like this is the original thing, where it's like this is what it is. You know, using characters like Britomart, there is one Britomart run, Base Ishtar and Meltrilus.
There's one
It's like-
Britomart run?
Yeah,
Against
but it's like
sorry, you mean
yeah,
Melta
no
Lilith?
against Lonling.
Oh, London.
But then
Okay.
it's like I'm like Takanosume. I'm like, what is that? And it's like battle strategies, and it tells you to on turn 1 use Britomart at MP5, on turn 2 to use Space Ishtar, and then on turn 3 to use Melt.
Wow, triple
Alright.
core, disgusting. But no, but
It's-
to
There's
reply
your
to
marching
someone in
orders.
chat,
Go do it.
to reply to someone in chat, someone did actually generate a Koyan Dark buff, with the AI, and it was pretty broken. I think it ended up being like 50% buster up for 3 turns, but for the first turn it's 80% buster up, and like 50% attack up for the party, and then 50% charge, and then cooldown -3 or some bullshit. Like it was really stupid. It was actually
Oh,
really
cool.
stupid.
Let's just make her Koyan light, but better.
That's what we like. Oh, I found it. Hey, plushie. See, what you don't understand is, you have to card before the NP,
Why?
and then you NP.
Why?
Oh, is that-
because to
does
break
that
the
prevent-
invul-
For the overcharge?
Oh, so that
No,
prevents her
because
from.
you have ignore and vuln cards on her codes on her cards,
Oh. Well, I don't.
and
need
then you
that. I have
NP, and then she kills. You RNG kill that.
Okay, hold on. Emergency call again. My bad. Okay, probably a good
Oh.
thing that cut me off from the Koyan whatever. All right, you guys have fun. Give me a second. Sorry.
Yeah. Okay.
Then it
Well,
does.
oh.
Yeah, look at the Melu. So
Yeah,
now he's
look
gonna go in and do that, even though Melusine is completely different from Koyan.
Yeah, he just doesn't like Melusine. What can you say?
Wait, is Medusa Rider man?
Uh,
Medusa Saber?
Medusa Saber. I don't remember what she is. There you go. Medusa Saber.
No, she's Earth. Oh, okay.
He's a waif.
That explains why Melusine can do
Oh,
it.
right, because she buffs man with her, and no, she's anti-man. That's it. She increases attack of Earth allies, right? And she's not demonic, so she buffs demonic allies on her second skill, right? Just remembering everything. Man, Ibuki
It's
really does
different
have
for
every
our
trait that
series.
matters.
Yeah, it's unfair.
Everything
Melusine's-
except evil. That's the one thing she's missing. She's not evil.
Then
If
there's
only she
one
was evil.
Melusine ruler run, and there's like 50 Ibuki summer runs because creativity is a wonderful thing.
Heck yeah. Ibuki sweep.
The Ibuki sweep. I'm gonna make chicken wings for dinner tonight. I bought
Nice.
a 4-pound bag. Now, if you buy a 4-pound bag of frozen chicken wings, how many chicken wings do you think you get out of a pound of chicken?
You know, if you gave me a few seconds to run to my freezer, I could probably tell you, because I think I might have the same type of bag of chicken wings that you do. What brand are they?
Walmart.
What brand are
From
they?
Walmart.
Oh, the
They're
Great
Walmart
Value?
brand. Yeah.
Oh, they're not the same kind then. I don't know, a lot. I'm sure, because chicken wings. Wait, no, not that. How much?
There's 6. It's
6.
so few. I'm like,
Yep.
6 chicken wings. That's so few. It's a pound, but it's like, hold on a minute. How much of this pound is edible? like less than half of it because there's so much
Yeah.
bones.
Dude,
I'm like, wait a
buying
minute. So
don't-
like it's
buy
a
wings.
4-pound bag, and like I'm like, okay, I wanna if I'm gonna eat wings, I'm gonna eat at least 12, which means I'm making 2 pounds of wings, but I'm not eating 2 pounds of food. It's like so that makes it like $6 a meal, which isn't terrible for chicken wings to make, 12 at a time. I think 12 is fine, like to eat as if it's your meal, right?
Well, I mean, the other day I had chicken wings from from a pizza place, and it was like I ate like 6 of them, and it was just too much.
Really?
They were boneless ones, to be fair, and they were also like
so you
sweet
ate
chili.
chicken nuggets.
Yeah, I mean, they
Boneless
call
wings are
them.
chicken nuggets.
I mean, they call them.
You ate a
They call them
McNugget.
wings. Well, the thing is, it's not
They're
like
different.
taste like nuggets normally are. So.
So
But
I take offense with it's calling something a boneless wing, because part of the thing is the wing is the texture and the flavor of the meat that is on the bone, and like the experience of eating a tendy or eating a chicken nugget, like the 5-year-olds we all are not the same.
you can grandstand all you want. I'm at least getting to eat 5 pounds of food when I buy 5 pounds of food. All right, so.
Okay, but the experience is better.
Oh yeah,
So,
the experience of taking 2 bites and then being done with your piece of chicken that is not
well,
2 bites
okay,
of size.
but I get to do that 2 bites 6 times per pound. So that's 12 different bites.
As opposed to
your nuggies are gone in 1 bite per nuggie as you consume.
Yeah, but you know what?
Rapidly.
I have so much more of them though. Like, dude, I'm telling you this, chat.
Though.
If you learn anything,
taste better.
If you learn anything here, don't buy wings. Okay, don't buy wings.
Okay, wings
from,
are expensive.
Yeah, like
let's be honest.
It is so funny. Like I used to work at a Sam's Club, and when that was back, like I was doing samples and stuff, and I was stationed next to like the meats, the fresh meats, and right behind me, I was looking at, oh wow, this is like, here's the wings, and here's the drumsticks. The wings were like $3 a pound, and then the drumsticks were like $1 a pound. It was
so
I got a platter of them for like $4 or $5.
Right, but drumsticks and wings taste different. Like for drumsticks, as I've learned recently, as I was
dude,
also
who
cooking
the
those
fuck
recently,
cares?
Is you have to
Dude.
cook drumsticks for quite a while longer, because otherwise the ligaments
Oh
inside them
no,
don't
I have
break,
to
and you end
wait
up with these
longer.
stringy parts. And
I
also
have to
they
wait
just
longer.
taste different.
Oh no.
They just taste different than wings do. They're different.
Dude,
They're
you do. Once you put the sauce on them, they all taste the same.
No, they don't though.
Yes, they do.
No, I disagree. Also, it's if you're buying them frozen, it's not like you're over. Like
I wasn't
buying
even
wings
buying
from,
them
like,
frozen.
Wingstop.
Those ones were
Buying
fresh.
from like Wingstop and stuff like that are actually just a ripoff. Like I don't mind paying $6 for chicken to make a meal of wings. Like I think that's fine. I think that's reasonable, right? To make a meal and spend $6 on the meal, like I think that's fine. I'm not opposed to that.
Nah, dude. I just don't notice enough of a difference for me to pay $2 more a pound. like I'm probably gonna eat more than a pound of chicken wings when I eat chicken wings, but I'm not going to eat chicken wings because I'm smarter than that, and I'll stick with some drumsticks. I will admit though that the stringiness is it's not pleasant when you run into it.
In drumsticks, if you cook them longer, it breaks down and it becomes they become a lot. The stringiness goes away. That's like the difference, I guess. I'm like, why when I buy like a chicken, is there never like this like weird tendon or string in the drumstick? But every time I cook them, they are. Then I looked it up. It's like, oh, you got to hold it above like 160 for a certain period of time, so the collagen like breaks down. And it's just like, I'm like, oh. Also, yes, I'm looking at Walmart. The chicken wings I bought were $3.25 a pound. Let me look up drumsticks. How much those are at Walmart? Those are okay. Well,
It's probably not going to be as big of a difference as
they
back
may
then.
be $1.25 a pound, so it may be a $2 difference, exactly as you said.
Oh wow!
But
I guess we're sort
I
of
stick
in wings
by my
season.
convictions.
They're usually pricier during football season because like people like buying wings and doing wings on game nights. But outside of that, then like who cares? Like, why would you buy wings for casual food? Unless
That's what I did.
Well, I mean, there's a difference between like eating them regularly and like, oh, I'm craving wings, so I'm gonna buy wings.
I might buy them
no reason.
regularly because it's $12 a bag. If I get 2 meals out of the bag, that's $6 a meal.
You live in a different state.
For wings.
I look at a $6 meal and I'm like, God damn, dude. Like, there are meals I can do for like $2 each, and that's good for me. All right.
Oh no, there's meals I can do for cheaper. I can buy a sad can of Chef Boyardee beefaroni for $1 and eat out of the can without heating it up, and that's a meal. That's only $1.
At that point in time, you're just a masochist, though.
Oh, what if it tastes good? Sometimes you want to eat cold
well, it's probably gonna taste.
Out of the can.
Well, it's probably gonna taste a little bit better warmer, but I don't know. I think I've only had Chef Boyardee stuff like once. My go-to is so Walmart has these like, what are they called? It's a type of it's sort of like ramen, but no, it's just the noodles. There's not broth that goes with it. It's yakisoba, that's it. You can get a package of that for like $1, and it eats pretty good. Like I usually add like a little bit of mayo to it, or no, if I can, I'll do like white sauce. I'll make white sauce because like it's super easy to make. You just like it's just like mayo, garlic powder, tomato paste, or you could substitute in ketchup if you're really lazy. And it comes out. It's basically the same thing.
But now on screen right now, I want to point out these are Oreo flavored Oreos. So what they are is they are Oreos where the filling is made up of crushed up Oreos. I bought these yesterday when I bought my groceries, and I say these are the best Oreos I've ever had.
I'm glad that Oreos that taste like Oreos are good. Do they taste like Oreos?
Yes, but the filling is much thicker, like in a consistency than normal Oreo, and for some reason it's really good. These were really good Oreos. Unfortunately, I left the bag out, and I came out this morning and the bag was empty. That means my brother ate the rest of the bag of Oreos.
Damn.
So I didn't get to eat my full 13.37 ounces of Oreo-flavored Oreos. It was, as you can see here, last purchase, January 11th, 2025.
Damn, dude.
You know, if you have a Walmart account and you go to the store and you pay with the same debit card you make your online purchases with, your purchases show up online?
What do you mean they show up online?
Like, so you have a Walmart account, right? And if you like buy with your debit card online, and then later you go to the store and you buy stuff with that same debit card, it links that purchase to your account, so you can go online and see what you purchased.
That's pretty smart.
It is kind of neat because, like my brother also uses my Walmart account, and he went to Walmart yesterday, and I can see he bought Kraft singles and hamburger buns and kettle chips.
Oh, okay. I don't know. Kraft singles is just kind of funny to me. It's just like, what, are you gonna eat some fucking cheese? Like, but yeah, if you're making burgers,
buns, he's clearly gonna be making burgers.
I won't lie though. Like sliced cheese, like I've had times I'll just snack on that. Like, put that stuff on like a saltine cracker. It's a snack.
I like. Well, I'm talking about like singles, like the in the plastic that you unwrap, not the spray cheese.
I'm not talking about that kind. I am talking about the sliced cheese.
Oh no, I kind of like American cheese, even though it's not really cheese. I do like it on burgers. Yeah, I do like it. Someone said also they shop at Walmart if they're desperate. Let me tell you what. I pay for Walmart Plus, which gets me free same-day delivery of Walmart. I don't have to go to the store anymore. I just buy groceries at Walmart.com, and they're delivered to my house by the end of the day. And that's how I do my shopping. I like it's convenient, and I don't have to go to anywhere to buy my groceries. And yeah.
And
So,
you got a car and you don't use it for anything, evidently.
well, because as you use cars, the cars wear down, and then you got to pay maintenance on it. So I only use my car.
Yeah,
when
but
I
you're
use
already
my car.
paying for
my
it.
tip, of course, I tip. I always tip when I get a delivery. I'm not evil.
Yeah, as a person that relies on tips for money, yeah, it fucking, dude. Some people, you know, like I delivered a pizza, like it was like a $60 order, and it was freezing fucking cold. It's like 10 degrees outside, or at least it felt like that, like with wind chill and stuff. And I went over, and I was like. And like my manager warned me and said like, oh yeah, she said she didn't want to put a tip on her card, and I'm like, maybe just maybe she just wants to do a cash tip. I went there, she took the pizza, closed the door, and it's like, man, fucking hate it here because I get paid mileage, but I don't get, I don't really do much more than break even there. It was just a waste of fucking time. I froze up my hands because it was cold. Some people, like, honestly, dude, like I'm not a fan of tip culture either, but dude, don't order shit if you're not going to tip. Like,
Yeah. Well, also they do have this
especially
thing where for Walmart where you can pay, I think it's like $5 more, and they'll make sure it's to you in 3 hours, and I'm pretty sure that goes to the driver anyway. So on top of the tips, sometimes I do that, and they get an extra $5.
oh, how nice of you. Oh,
But I think the
also,
Walmart drivers in my area are Walmart employees, so it's not like they're not outsourcing it. I think they are paid the normal Walmart minimum wage, and then they do deliveries. So I don't think it's not. They're not on a server's wage, and they're not like DoorDash employees.
oh
So
yeah,
they're
yeah.
not.
Also, gotta throw that on top of there. So a lot of stores are also using like DoorDashers, and I'm assuming a lot of stores also do what the place I work at does, where they have their own delivery drivers, but they also have DoorDashers that they'll automatically assign orders to. But the thing is, another reason you want to tip is because sometimes there's not going to be a delivery driver there to take your order. And if you don't put a tip on there, you're just not going to get your order. Because DoorDashers are not going to pick up an order that has no tip on it. There's no reason for them to. Like, they only make so much money off of it, as is. So, yeah, if you actually want your order, then you kind of just have to tip. This is probably all really weird things for us to talk about for a lot of people here because I know tip culture is not as much of a thing outside of America.
Yeah, that's true.
But like, yeah, all of the horrors of that. Yeah, I thought you were making
thought we were making it
serious.
Well, look.
Look,
Got.
this is what happens when Plushie has to run away on an emergency. Look, I'm gonna be honest though, like, I don't know what his emergency call thing is. I hope it's not anything serious. I can't imagine it being worse than the one that happened like exactly a year ago. some of you guys may remember that was the episode we cut early because I thought my mom was dying right then, and she didn't. She didn't die then. She died like 2 weeks later. But that was heavy, dude. But
was I there for that?
no, I think that was before you were a regular there. I think I was kind of shocked looking back at that, but like you weren't like officially like a constant regular until episode 32, which is which is pretty late, because we had you on like 10 times before that, but I actually
just want to call it here then. Since
yeah, we could.
Is,
Yeah, Plushie seems to be a bit busy right now.
Yeah.
Let's all wish him a bunch of luck and well wishes. I hope everything's going fine on his end. But yeah, like I was basically, I wasn't thinking we were gonna go beyond Koyan Dark anyways. So
yeah.
all
right.
This might be 2 more streams. Don't know if we're gonna do that next week though, because next week we'll have an event to talk about. Oh my god, we forgot to talk about the Kichi Hogan buff.
Oh, we'll do that next week.
Yeah, we'll catch up.
I want to go make dinner. It's 6:30 at night. I want to go make chicken wings. I'm gonna make chicken wings.
Yeah. All right.
Spoiler.
Well, thank you all so much for watching. That's gonna be it for this episode. Bye bye.
Goodbye.